jokes and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley. People like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago. People like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Thank you for joining us here at the Cable Center on the beautiful campus of the University of Denver. I'm Kyle Clark from 9 News, here alongside my colleague Marshall Zellinger. Victor Marks, thank you for your time.
Great to be with you.
So you have agreed to debate your Republican opponents on 9 News next week, and that discussion is going to focus on policy. Our conversation here is going to talk about your backgrounds and your qualification.
Great.
Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
Well, I would say as a child, yes.
You perform exorcisms, commanding demons to come out of people. Can you explain to me how that works?
When you say I perform exorcisms.
Yeah. You described yourself as a quote-unquote reluctant exorcist.
Right.
Yeah. Describe to me how your exorcisms work when you command demons out.
Well, that's a joke, the way I say that. But as a follower of Christ and someone who's very familiar with evil, I believe the Word of God.
You claim that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. I didn't realize that civilians could essentially facilitate military airstrikes. Could you walk me through how that worked?
No.
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack. what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing tonight? Hello. How we doing? Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello. Thank you very much. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Two Dad Smoochin'. Hello, Nethercat. Hello. How we doing? Hello, Snogan. Hello. How we doing? Werix. Hello. 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 Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Davy Bowie. Hello. Banana Brains. Hello, Jack Lucason. Hello, Lydia Wilderman. Hello, Sage. Hello. How we all doing? The Knifeiest Duck. Hello to you. Hello, May Fanny Longlegs. Hello, Anime Sidekick Gal. Hello, a Dylan of no renown. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Blightwing. Hello, Cyberwolf 1013. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, howdy. Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Ken Janono. Hello, Failsafe 161. Hello, Korik Losek. Jack, come to a DSA, Twin Cities DSA meeting. One, I'm too busy IRL to make it to anything other than the onlines. And two, I've been too busy IRL to even make it to those for reasons that I'm not going to elaborate on a live stream because they're deeply personal with stuff going on in my family. But suffice it to say, I am a dues-paying member of the Twin Cities DSA. Support y'all. Cringe? Hey, shut the fuck up. How about that? Yeah, that's a sore spot. I want to have good vibes, but my IRL life has had very bad vibes, and I am at my fucking limit. Like, when you guys see me not do a show, it's because I literally can't do it. Otherwise, I will be yelling at you guys until my vocal cords snap. So it's been a lot going on. Hello, Black Rose PCS. Hello, Two Dads Kissing. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, G Papa Zhao. Hello. How we doing? Hello, I'm Idaho. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Two Dads Smoochin'. I already said hello to you like 3 times. Fuck me. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Jolene loves burritos. I love burritos too. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Hawkster. Hello, Daniela K. Hello, I am certain. All right. Hello, Nature A. No, Corey Losick, it's fine. I overreacted. It's okay. I will put on a better mask. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, Megan Fox's giant boobs. Hello, Banana Brains again. Hello, Brass Man. Hello, hello, hello. But suffice it to say, I am, as a trans woman content creator on the internet, barely keeping it together these days. It's not great. I was at a rally on Monday and heard Kobe saying she was coming on here after it. Yeah, I was. I interviewed her on Monday. So if you want to watch that, you can watch that VOD. Otherwise, it will be going up on the channel in the next couple of days. You're not a trans woman, you're just a woman. That's true. That's true. Oh, Few accidentally went down the Vert chat. Ooh. The jacket? Thank you. Speakers
The jacket.
squeakers.
Romantic face emoji. Romantic face emoji. Romantic
you.
face emoji.
For the $5 super chat. And also, just want to say shout out to JazzDog TV and Quinn Decker for subbing over on Twitch. Appreciate y'all. You guys have brought it all up to 459 subs. Guys, we're getting pretty close to our game stream. Also, the you guys are complimenting the jacket. Pro tip: go thrifting. Go to your local thrift store. This was like $10, and it's very fun and like silly. But like gold houndstooth, okay, yeah, all right. And just like a cool little like honey burdette bralette, you know, some good shit. Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Look at us fucking go. You are a regular gal. You can get the clothes. Thrift stores are goated. It's true. Thrifting, my beloved. It's good. It's good shit. It's good shit. You just have to like keep an eye out and like develop your own personal sense of fashion, and you can like basically do whatever you want. It's great. What thrift stores do you go to? Like Unique, Goodwill. I don't know. I feel like everywhere has a Goodwill or like a Unique thrift. There are like some pretty good ones out in like the middle of nowhere in Minnesota, so sometimes it's fun to just do like a little day trip. But you know, that's for when you have time. That's when you have time. That's for when you have time to do things. Could a 5-foot tall woman like myself pull off a badass outfit like that? Yes. And you know how I know that? Because this is an oversized jacket, and actually, through the magic of just rolling up the sleeves, I have hidden the fact that it is ridiculously oversized on me. But that's okay. That's okay. You gotta improvise. You gotta adapt. You gotta survive. You gotta come up with like ways that you want to wear something so that it looks like you're wearing it instead of it's wearing you. It's really, really great. Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. You guys are making a beeline straight towards destroying this goal. All right. What? Oh yeah, and like it's there's one up by Osaki's, and there's one up there that used
Fashion
to be
is
called
fun,
Trixie's. Hell yeah.
BWA.
Fashion is fun. It's really great. You look lovely tonight. Thank you. I appreciate it. Also, it is a low stakes way to experiment with fashion, right? Um, I know a lot of trans people are really like tentative with our first steps in like learning to do fashion, but thrift stores are great. Thrift stores are like for like, I don't know, $25 you can have an entirely new outfit in like a very different style. It's great. You can figure out what you like and then make it yours. How do we own the chuds? By beating them. Like that's the thing, right? The important part about doing politics and owning the chuds is to politically destroy them. Make them utterly fucking irrelevant to the conversation. Leave them in the dustbin of history where they belong. You know? That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. It's literally why every time I finish a segment, I'm telling you guys, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Those are the tools of their destruction, and they know it. It's why, in an upcoming segment, I'm about to flash something on screen that I think is very fucking funny. This was put together by the Comal County Republican Party. DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. DSA's mission is to replace capitalism with democratic socialism by shifting economic and political power from corporations and wealthy owners to workers and the public. Is that what you want for America? And it's just like, well, yeah. Actually, I do I do want average working people to be more powerful and the wealthy to be less powerful. Yeah, I do want that, actually, because I don't want to live in a world run by feudal lords in all but name. Like, the way you leave these people in the dustbin of history is by mobilizing a political base that is capable of fucking burying them. And that's what you seek to do. You know? I did really love the World Cup, though. Hell yeah. Did you see that Kyle made it onto Fox News for to be slandered? He's so proud. I did see there was an article attacking Kyle Kalinske and Progressive Victory for like criticizing American politics or some shit. Like, I do think it's very funny. Like, the political time we live in is I like, it's devastating. It's devastating in so many different ways. Like, the mental torment that we experience on a day-to-day basis is truly astounding. And yet we are blessed with with the very real situation where, though it is tormenting and torment unending, it's very, very funny. It's very, very funny. I already joined the DSA. Best decision ever. Hell yeah! Also, folks, if you are in DSA, do remember to join the DSA Shimp Caucus, put together by Gamergy. Reach out over on the Discord, and we'll get you onboarded. We're closing in on 100 members. We're gonna have a triple digit Riverboat Jack DSA rep. Let's go. Just got done volunteering for James Tallarico again. Chicago Cubbies PCA, truly one of the strongest Tallaric warriors out there. DSA what now? Is good and cool. Our political reality is a fascist clown show. It's true. This is, by the way, the closest that the fascists will ever get to a clown show, because they lack the talent to be actual clowns. Do we have to give an intro? You don't have to introduce yourself on the Discord if you don't want to. You can just dive right into participating. All right. Ooh, I'm a part of DSA as of Monday? Hell yeah. Let's go. They should be called Talafricos. Hell yeah. Time to get your Talafric on, you know? Oh, the Discord? Oh, Discord's just !Discord. There you go. A link will be posted in chat. There you go. Love the jacket. Thank you, Becoming Tanya. All right. You guys ready? We got a full show tonight. And I believe we'll be talking with Chatter Story the Bard after we've gotten a little bit warmed up about the political situation in Maine. So that should be interesting as well. Probably going to have that convo in like 30 minutes, but until then, if Story the Bard is here, that is, let's if so, we will get started in about 30 minutes. Yes. Dark Woke Commander, Kyle Kalinske, yeah. And also, DSA stuff, if you guys are curious about DSA and DSA initiatives and such, on Friday we will be talking with Gamergy, and we'll be talking about, DSA organizing and taking questions about that. So, just as an FYI, I'm supposed to be treasurer soon? Hell yeah, May Fanny Longlegs. We'd love that for you. Friday or tomorrow? I thought it was Friday. Maybe it's tomorrow. I might have been wrong. It is, in fact, tomorrow. You're right. It's on my calendar for tomorrow. But that just kind of goes to show how where my mental headspace is. I'm not doing great. I'm not okay. Can't stress enough. Despite the fabulous jacket, not okay. All right. Hey, Lady Raincloud. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Y'all ready to jump into the show? Gonna be doing a little bit of little bit of this, a little bit of that. You guys all set? Maybe that's fair. I feel that. Thank you, Winby. Hell yeah. Look at all the, I think we had like 2 or 3 drops last stream of tier 2 and tier 3 subs. It's nice to see like varied color in the chat. Hi from Ohio. Where I'm meeting with Acton. Sorry, her campaign because she refused to meet with us. What a sack of shit. What a sack of shit candidate. Fuck me. Like, I know I already did a segment on how disgusted I am with Amy Acton in Ohio, but like, truly that has only gotten more sour with time. Did you see Aaron covered me? I did. Thanks, Winby. Can you paint with all the colors of the chat? All right. Here we go. This week has been too busy and it's only Wednesday. Yeah, and that's before we even talk about the possibility of the United States going to full-scale war. So that's fun. Anyway, let's get going. see. War again? We just had war. We never stopped, really. Let's dive into it, shall we? So, folks, we have been told that the SAVE Act is incredibly necessary. Donald Trump gave a specific speech talking about how, hey, we need the SAVE Act because otherwise American democracy will fall apart. And obviously, we need to pass a bunch of legislative initiatives that were designed solely to benefit the Republican Party. And we know that because they were designed by lobbying think tanks working with the Republican Party in the 90s. But, we need to pass this slate now because there is an overwhelming amount of evidence that, China interfered in the 2020 elections 6 years ago. And, well, let's just take a quick look here. Here's Steve Scalise, all right, talking about why you need the SAVE Act now. We need to pass it now.
Show and picture ID to vote. Not a complicated subject. Again, anybody that gets on an airplane has to show a picture ID to vote. Nowadays, if you want to go to Olive Garden and get unlimited pasta, you got to show a picture ID. This isn't complicated stuff, yet every Democrat is against these basic things. Why? The only reason you can be against that is if you want voter fraud. Show and
Now, of course, number one, the reason you should be against photo ID laws is because you have a constitutional right to vote in this country. Number one. You don't have a constitutional right to an Olive Garden all-you-can-eat noodle bowl. All right? Number two, by the way, Republicans think that this is brilliant. Republicans have been talking nonstop about, like, oh, you need to show photo ID to, like, for Olive Garden bowls. And it's just like, what? Number one, I have never heard of anyone needing to show an ID for Olive Garden, unless I guess they're ordering alcohol. But I guess what they're going off of is the fact that Olive Garden put together a, like, bottomless bowl, like bottomless breadstick, bottomless noodle bowl passport that you could put, like, the little card that says you bought, like, the bottomless bowl pass or whatever, and it, like, puts it into, like, a little thing that you can just, like, open and show, like, your waiter or whatever. I gotta be honest, it's kind of cute for Olive Garden to do this. Like, it's not, like, the whole messaging from the GOP right now is not any reflection in any negative way on Olive Garden. This isn't an ad for Olive Garden either. But I also want to point out something that's very, very important, which is that the reason people don't want photo ID laws when it comes to voting is because it's known that it reduces voter turnout. And very specifically, it reduces black voter turnout. Because overwhelmingly, the people who are affected by the hurdles to get photo ID are African Americans. And this was known back in the day, back in the 1980s, and that's why lobbying groups for the private prison, industrial complex specifically have been fighting for the past 30, almost 40 years to try and make this a thing. This is a talking point given to the GOP by private prisons who want to make it easier to imprison people for nonviolent offenses because that's who they love filling their prisons with, because it means less work for them to keep people imprisoned, right? Now, the other thing that I think is really important is that despite the talking points to the contrary, you can't just show a photo ID and have that be sufficient for the SAVE Act. That's not how the SAVE Act works. And this is something that I think a lot of conservatives don't really understand, which is that, oh wait, it's not just a photo ID law, because guess what? The SAVE Act requires you to prove your citizenship. And your driver's license doesn't prove your citizenship. Your hyper secure, real ID, all of that thing you jumped through loop after loop after loop to get to, that thing that's supposed to be hyper secure, it does not, in fact, prove that you're a citizen. So what that means is, it's not just bringing your photo ID to the Olive Garden, it's bringing your photo ID and your verified birth certificate. Like, it's bringing multiple documents in order to prove this. Nobody's doing that at Olive Garden. Not a single goddamn person. And all of this, we are told, is being done because, foreign nations wanted to interfere with our elections. And, our elections were so insecure. Who knows how many people voted in 2020? And specifically, it's, oh no, China interfered in the 2020 election. China's been interfering the entire time. Fear China! China's so scary and so antagonistic towards our elections. It's so important. China, China, China.
Talked a lot about that.
Was there disagreement on election interference?
We didn't discuss that topic. Talked a lot about.
Oh. It's such an important issue that you didn't talk about it at all. It was so important that you didn't talk about it at all. Like, that's crazy. Oh, God. It was like, it's such an existential threat to the United States that, we're just not going to talk about it. No, we didn't even bring it up.
Of course!
Like, it's truly, we truly live in a time of madness where the people who are in charge of the entire shebang they aren't even trying to conceal their lies anymore. They know it. Like, they're running off of pure inertia right now. They got going really fast, and they're just going. They're going for it as hard as they can. I don't think it will be enough to actually compromise our elections. I don't think it will be enough to get the SAVE Act through the Senate. But it is truly a situation here where they're not even trying to sell the lie anymore. If there's a government-issued photo ID that also indicates you're a citizen, it indicates you're a citizen. It is not proof of citizenship. Government-issued photo IDs are not universal proof of citizenship. And we know that because if you've been in a city under ICE occupation, you will know that they're gonna take you whether you have a driver's license that is enhanced or has real ID on it or whatever. They don't give a shit. If you get a passport, sure. But you need your birth certificate or your passport. Those are basically the only two things. It's truly bullshit. And anyway, I know, I know this all sounds like a broken record. I know this all sounds like, oh no, oh no, we've heard all of this before. But you have to keep saying it. You have to keep hearing it. You have to keep knowing that it's not okay. Because unfortunately, we human beings have a tendency to keep hearing lies over and over and over again and start thinking maybe they are true. Right? It's gaslighting on a national scale. And we need to maintain our vigilance. God. You need your birth certificate to get to get your passport, just a poll tax. I mean, it is a poll tax under a different name, right? And poll taxes are unconstitutional. They are trying to, by the way, they are trying to pass the SAVE Act as a part of the reconciliation package. I believe it just got through the House. And basically what they're trying to do is say, we have $10 billion set aside in additional funding for states that adopt the SAVE Act requirements. So they're trying to bribe states into doing this. And this is, by the way, a very bad idea. It's a bad idea that is going to backfire for conservatives because folks in conservative states, specifically MAGA folks in conservative states, they don't have the right paperwork for the SAVE Act either. This is not going to go well. And we know this because Republican states have tried to do the SAVE Act shit in other places at other times, and it has fucked them. So, like, this is not going to go anywhere good for the GOP, even if some of them haven't realized it yet. God. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, folks, I do encourage you, share it around, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the secret Chinese plot to steal the 2020 election for Joe Biden, but, you know, not any of the House or the Senate or any of that. Let me know what you think about it. It was so important. We needed a national address from the president about it, but Marco Rubio didn't even bring it up. Anyway, let me know what you think, and also join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved in your local political scene because it's very, very important for you to actually be a part of it. It is important to shape your local political conditions because it builds power for the wider movement too. So, if you need help doing that, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. We just got a full restock, added 2 new sizes, and there's a new color. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, and link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. It got through the House thanks to Dems. I know. It fucking sucks. What's the color? You'll have to go over there and look. Dems refuse to fight back. They fight back in the places where people have mobilized to, like, make them fight back. So, I'm encouraging people to do that. Dems are so ass. True. Also, I do appreciate the transphobes coming in today being like, it's a man dressed as a woman, and it's just like, what are you talking about?
Where's my bird bath when I need it?
Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the show. Even before I asked people, if you're enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And also, yeah, the thing is, this is a man, like, this is a man's suit coat. I got it out of the men's section of a thrift store. And the fact that people are coming in being like, you're a man dressed as a woman, it's just like, you know, like when you're a trans woman, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like they just fucking hate you, you know? Women in men's suits are hot. I mean, I feel like that's kind of like I'm kind of proving that point, you know? Like if you're coming in and looking at me right now and you're like, man dressed as a woman, like that's, I don't know, that's some bird brain shit. That's like that's saying way more about you than it is about me. Have they not seen women wear men's clothing? Maybe not. Maybe not. I can't help it that I have great titties and I look good in a suit coat. All right. You look so hot. Thank you, May Fanny Longlegs. Thank you. Anyway, folks, we got a little song to let you know what to do in between segments. Here you go. Go, go, go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. The DJB, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime, getting us closer and closer to our goal. And hell yeah. Is it normal to be only 4 months on HRT and already have a C cup? You know, your mileage may vary based on like your genetics and such.
I usually just play the audio and work on something in the other tab, and mentioning your jacket made me look over and, whoa.
Anti-Thess. Or Anti-Thess, thank you very much for the $5 super chat and the compliment. Appreciated. Marie Jean Greco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. You guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. Very much appreciated. Now I gotta look. It's a good look. I don't know what to tell you guys. Bugger Jack didn't read my comment. I mean, I did. I just didn't feel like it was necessary to respond. Like, I can't be bothered worrying about whether or not the GOP will try and strip trans people of voting rights. I don't think they can. So I'm kind of like, I'm not going to worry about it unless it becomes far more of a coherent threat. Because if they could do it, they would have done it already. Also, Captain Cadet, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, earning you guys a game stream in the near future and bringing us back to 4 out of 500. Our next reward. I don't know, you know what? I don't know if I should tell you guys what our next reward is until we hit 250. I think I will hold off. Serving cunt, as the kids say. It's true. I am serving cunt. Maybe I'm just tired. Oh, we're all fucking tired. Understandable. Captain Cadet, thank you once again for the 20 gifted tier 1 memberships. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Did it hit the fan before I got here? We are going to talk about we are going to talk about the shit hitting the fan. Do you think this version of the Save Act is compliant with the bird rule? I mean, they're certainly trying to argue that it is. I'm not sure if that will fly. Anyone seen Story the Bard in chat? Just out of curiosity. Is it bigger than a bread box? Indeed. See ya, Spancom Cat. Hey, Story, you want to hop on and have our conversation about Maine politics? In the Discord, join the waiting room, and I'll pull you in to the showroom. The waiting room is a voice channel. It's under the based online content banner. Beep 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 doop doop boop 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 doop boo. Oh, guess who's calling the survivor of sexual assault, Ari Plattner, a liar? Let me guess, it's the Young Turks. Sorry, where again? The waiting room. It's the voice channel under based online content in the Discord. Hello, cute dark arts. As a Mainer who lives in Minnesota and has for like 8 years, 15 with a 4-year break in the middle, this year's been a fucking trip. It really, really has been, hasn't it? Do 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 do. All right, Story, you ready? Just confirm in the chat and I'll pull you in. And I will mute this. There we go. Yup, okay. So, folks, we're going to be pulling in Story the Bard here, a member of the community from Maine who wants to talk about their experience organizing with the Dems in Maine and everything that's going on with Plattner and, you know, Troy Jackson, all that stuff. Very interested to get an actual Mainer's perspective. So, without further ado, here's community member Story the Bard. Hello! Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Perfect. How's it going, guys?
I'm doing well. How are things in Maine?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's been wild here. Very wicked wild in things in Maine.
Well,
sure you guys have been paying attention.
Yeah. So, like, what, you know, you had a lot you wanted to kind of get off your chest vis-a-vis like Plattner and Mainers in general, because it seems like a lot of folks don't really understand.
Hang on, sorry, I had you on mute.
Oh, no worries. You had a lot you wanted to get off your chest about like Maine and Mainers and Plattner and Troy Jackson. And I'm just curious to hear your thoughts.
So kind of going from like with the whole like Graham Plattner thing. It it kind of I kind of like how you said it was kind of like Lovecraftian when it came to like Maine, where it's like you're not from these parts, stranger. It really is when it comes to politics. Um, Mainers do not like other people butting into our politics, and it's been that way for a long time. Ever since unions, I mean, I can remember being a kid and being on union picket lines and still being like, and like the one thing they hated was an outsider coming in and being like counter protesting. Like that's the one thing Mainers always hated. And it's when the first stuff came out about Graham Plattner, the reason a lot of people kind of were like, you know, didn't believe any of that stuff is because of that, initial process. And I know that's probably not how politics should be done. Personally, I had my skepticisms about Graham Plattner from the beginning, but as I said, most Mainers don't like other people butting into our politics, especially when you don't live here. Um, it kind of feels like you're just kind of telling us how to live our life. That's just how some Mainers feel, and it's not how most Mainers are, but that's just how some of them feel.
Yeah, and there's been a I mean, there's been like a scramble since Plattner left the race. And thankfully it doesn't appear like the National Democratic Party has been able to put their thumb on the scale
No,
from what I can tell. What's your perspective on the ground? I know
they
you go to meetings and such.
yeah, they tried with Narav Shah. So they tried with a couple of people. There's Narav Shah that they tried with. And then there was this I forgot his name, but he runs a lot of the brewing companies here in Maine.
Hmm.
He's kind of a crypto bro. Um
Yeah.
it was it was not a serious campaign. I can tell you that there was not a lot of people that came out to his stump speeches or anything like that. A lot of them were kind of like it was kind of like, yeah, I'll vote for you, but it was mostly a lot of his employees at his stump speeches, from what I heard,
Yeah.
which I don't know how you pay your employees to go to your stump speech. It's kind of lame, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It seemed to me from relatively early on that like the pick was going to be Troy Jackson, who
Yeah,
has a lot
I
more of a history in the state.
I will say I want to do a big shout out for courage to Ashley Webb, one of Maine's first trans uh people to run. So I mean, I'm glad she at least threw her hat in the race. I mean, the way Mainers are now, I didn't think she was going to win, but glad she tried.
Yeah, I mean, like it is the kind of thing where like I think a lot my the sense I get is that a lot of people outside of Maine think that Maine should be a very specific kind of way, but the reality of life in Maine is that it's actually pretty like the political situation there is actually pretty complex. Like,
On 100%.
yeah.
Like just to kind of give a idea for people who don't live in Maine, there's like different places in Maine. Like if like where I grew up in Portland. Portland is a vibrant city. It is LGBTQ friendly. It is, you know, immigrant friendly. I grew up in a very multicultural like atmosphere. But then you have where I'm living now with my dad, and it's in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the sticks.
Mhm.
Uh, the nearest gas station is about a mile down the street, and there's nothing but woods and mostly white people.
Yeah, and like it's also the kind of place where like I think Troy Jackson in particular is an interesting case for this because he got his start in politics as a Republican, and he, well, even before he was like formally in politics, he led a kind of like blockade to stop Canadian loggers who were being hired,
Yes.
sort of like scabs, um, to take Maine logger jobs. And
That's
so,
still an ongoing thing. That's still an
yeah.
ongoing thing with Maine. We have a lot of people that are trying to scav our resources, and that's one of the reasons why people don't like Janet Mills
Mhm.
is she has been giving a lot of these scavs permissions, especially on native land. It's a lot of like so one of the most famous things is the natives all the natives around came down to, have a meeting with her, sit down with her. She famously locked her doors to not meet with them.
Oof.
And it's one of those things where when people were saying like, "Oh, why aren't people picking Janet Mills? She's the best candidate." I'm like, No, no, she's not. No, she's not. Janet Mills would have probably been, and I hate to say it, Janet Mills would probably have been just a Democratic version of Susan Collins.
Yeah, and the other thing is like there are complicated labor scenarios playing out across Maine in particular, and my understanding is that um once you get out kind of beyond like the big cities, like it's kind of almost like the land of robber barons out there where like there
Yeah.
if you run like the guy you mentioned who like has his employees coming to his rallies, like
Mhm.
it's some like truly old school like company town level politics.
Yeah, like there's so Lewiston recently it has been going through a transition of being like broken down, and it's because there's a lot of big companies that have been coming in. We have had a lot of AI companies coming in and basically hollowing out Lewiston. And Lewiston has now had a drug problem. And what these guys do is they'll run for office, and you know, instead of trying to help the people and be like, listen, this is the reason why. A lot of them will you do the blame game of, oh, it's these immigrants that are coming in, and they'll be like, it's these Muslims or Somalis that are coming in to our community, which they have nothing to do about it. Like most Lewiston, I find it funny when Mainers get mad about Somalis because the Somali community in Maine is pretty much our nursing and medical community.
Mhm.
Without them, no one would be taking these medical jobs. And Maine is 93% old, like people over 50. So you you
Yeah.
have you have these people that are ready to retire and they're like, I hate you, and I'm just like, dude.
Yeah, there's no one else taking those jobs. There's a very similar dynamic playing out in Minnesota
Yeah.
as well, with Somali immigrants as well, and like it's just
One of my waking nightmares is one day driving down Lewiston, seeing Nick Shirley walking down my street.
oh god.
That's like my waking nightmare.
I mean it's not far off, like
Oh God.
um but when we're talking about you mentioned a little bit like the kind of the racial politics of Maine. Can you talk more about that a little bit?
Sure, sure, sure. Being black, a lot of the racial politics in Maine, it depends on the city,
Hmm.
depends on where you live. Portland, I think I'll explain like this. If Mayor Mamdani, hopefully I said his name right,
You did.
if he ran in Portland, he'd probably win. But if he ran in Lewiston, he would probably lose. And that's just because racial dynamic within Lewiston to Portland shifts completely in different directions.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want people to think like, oh, Mainers are racist, because I promise you, there are some good Mainers out there. Again, as I said, Maine has a really strong LGBTQ community. Pride parades here are one in a million. You can't beat it. But it's one of those things where it's just like there's a lot of people who are very uneducated, and it comes from it comes from a lot of Mainers just haven't finished schooling, and that's the thing. Like, it's not it's not uncommon to meet a dude in his 50s who has only a fifth grade level of education,
Yeah.
in Maine.
Well,
That is not uncommon.
And that seems to go kind of hand in hand with like that kind of company town politicking.
Mhm.
Like people got to go and get involved in the workforce, as soon as possible. And like if you're looking at somebody who has a fifth grade education and they're like in their 50s, 60s, like they it's because they left school to start working someplace. And
Yeah,
it's oh, sorry.
my dad and my family started. My dad, I believe, started working when he was like 10, and he started as a carpenter.
Mhm.
That's kind of where he stayed, and then like I started working when I was 13. So
Yeah, it's like a it, yeah, it's one of those things where like a lot of my read, and again I've never been to Maine, is that there's a lot of, and I don't mean any judgment by this, but there is like a lot of ignorance and like
yes,
the like lack of exposure in a
yes,
way where like once a lot of folks in Maine who get exposed to new information, they can like process it, and then they're like, oh yeah, of course. Like I bring up Troy Jackson because I've been reading a lot about him just to kind of like get a feel for who he is as a candidate. But like he like voted against LGBTQ rights in like 2009,
yeah.
but now he's like a very vocal proponent of LGBTQ issues, and he's been so for quite some time now, and it's
That's kind of the flow of most Maine politicians nowadays.
mhm,
Like, you will not find a Maine Republican politician that's against LGBTQ rights, and that's just because Maine has a big community of that. And
mhm.
I mean, Algonquin, Maine is literally the gay community. It's very beautiful down there, by the way. And
I'll check it out sometime.
it's one of those things where nowadays a lot of the politicians have come to the conclusion in Maine that if you're going to run in Maine, you have to be a part of understanding that dynamic. But for the most part, from what I've gathered from a lot of the Democratic meetings I've been into, a lot of the Republicans right now, a lot of their focus has been on trying to convince Mainers to stay with like Susan Collins. And it's hard
Mhm.
nowadays because Susan hasn't really done anything. I mean, we're talking a woman who hasn't had a town hall meeting in 20 years.
Yeah,
Actually,
I
25
I
years.
guess I want, what is your read on this? Like, what is the hold that Susan Collins has on Maine where she is able to do very little for her constituents but still remain in power? Is it just basic name
It's the
recognition.
same hold that Angus King kind of has.
Mm.
It's we know them. It's the devil you. It's better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. You
Mm.
know.
Yeah.
So it's easier for a lot of Mainers to be like, "Ah, I'll just go with Susan Collins. It's whatever, and, you know." It's just, and then you're just like you're sitting there, but like, dude, like, but Sarah Gideon, and I'll say this: Sarah Gideon came really close, really, really close. If she just did not agree with a lot of the stuff Biden kept saying,
Mhm.
she probably would have won.
Yeah,
And it
if she had like
just,
kind of blazed a difference of my
if she
phrasing is
kept,
wrong,
yeah,
but
yeah, if she
yes.
kept saying like, if she separated herself from Biden, she would have won.
Yeah.
And I remember because that was the year I actually joined the Democratic Party,
Mhm.
and I remember being so frustrated about that because it was like it was one thing that we could have won that, and we could have gotten Susan Collins out earlier, but now we're here and we have another chance to get her out. But it feels like we are going to win, but I always keep one of my Democratic mentor always says this, and he says it in a very sarcastic way. That woman has more lives than a cat. Where she consistently seems to pull defeat, pull victory from the jaws of defeat, and it's honestly it's kind of impressive. I'm gonna just say it as it is, you know. But
I mean, it is like
it's
she
generally
seems like
impressive.
somebody who should have been kicked out of office a long time ago, and
Yes,
it is
yes.
something where I'm just kind of like, what is happening? Like, what is she bringing back? And it does seem to just kind of be name recognition and like,
Mhm.
well, she's not going to screw. Like we can count on her to make sure the government does nothing for us, and then that way that means the government isn't actively hurting us.
That's basically what they're hoping because it comes down to what happened with the years when Paula Page was our governor,
Hmm.
and that was kind of the worst. He enforced a kind of almost like a broken windows policy when it came to like drugs.
Hmm.
His Maine still has a very, very potent drug problem. We have probably some of the highest overdoses per state. Um, one of the things he used to do, but he never did it to like white communities. It
Hmm.
was always towards the black communities,
Of course.
which wasn't the problem. It was the white communities. Now that the white communities haven't been policed or haven't had any of their help, now that problem is being exasperated. Then they blame the other people, then they blame the other people. So Susan Collins kind of, I think she leveraged the hate that they had for Governor LePage because I remember during her first debate with Sarah Gideon, she kept bringing up the failures of Paula Page, which again, that is probably why she won,
Yeah.
is because Paula Page back then was still unliked. He's still very much unliked. We're talking about a man who only comes to Maine to run for office. He doesn't and he owns the Temu version of Walmart called Martin's. So uh yeah, not a lot of people like him.
He also
um
just seems like just such an unpleasant man in general. Like Paula Page.
I've met him once, and it not the greatest impression on me. I mean, he said hi. I mean, it wasn't like he looked at me and then started screaming slurs. It was just, "Hi, how you doing?" And I'm just like, "Okay, hey, how's it going?" You know,
Yeah.
just normal Maine stuff, but it's just like he's not someone that a lot of Mainers like because he comes off like a jerk.
Yeah.
And the reason a lot of people like Susan Collins and like Governor King is because they Susan Collins has this old grandma type feel to her sometimes.
Yeah, she has, she has concerns. She's,
Where
you
where
know,
she'll say she's very concerned about what's going on. And
yeah.
like that's great and all. And a lot of people and that works for a lot of people because it's like, oh wow, at least she's, she cares about what I'm saying. But for I think at this point, Mainers are so desperate right now. We we want we want universal health care. We out not want, we need universal health care for Maine. Um, we need a living wage for Maine.
Yeah.
Um, it is almost common to see homeless people in wheelchairs here. And it's due to the fact that they probably just had a medical bill that just put them on the street.
Yeah, like so many people are just like one bad day away from being in that situation, and
Legitimately.
it is one of those things where I think in the past people would be willing to settle for less, but in an era of like a Bernie Sanders or a Mamdani, like, and obviously the internet and television, like, people are seeing kind of what is possible outside of Maine for other places, and they're saying, why can't we do that here? Because like we need it.
Exactly. Like, I mean, Maine was one of the first people who legalized weed, and that kind of cascaded to a lot of other states because they saw how, you know, unbothered people were when it happened here, and still, again, one of the biggest one of the biggest um money makers that Maine has ever came up with. Um, but unfortunately, now we have to try to make the case to like, hey, we need, universal health care. We need, everything else going on. And it's just like, and as Troy Jackson says, it's kind of BS at this point.
Yeah, yeah. And that's one of the things I like about Troy Jackson in particular, especially in a post like Flatner world, is that Troy Jackson is like the perfect form of just straight talking. Like,
He's
I'm just
perfect.
gonna tell you exactly what I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's bullshit.
he's definitely perfect. I mean, I know there was a lot of people in Maine who wanted like James Wood, Jordan Wood to be the front runner,
Hmm.
and Shanna Bellows, which
Yes.
great. They are great people. They are awesome people. Probably the top people in the Democratic Party, Shanna Bellows especially. Um, but I just we we're at a point where I think we need people to be more aggressive.
Hmm.
And I love Shanna Bellows to death, but she's not the aggressive type. She's the speak softly, carry a giant un unneeded stick. And Jordan Wood is kind of that. He keeps saying that he wasn't APAC funded, but I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where a lot of Mainers are now getting tired of hearing about Gaza. And it's not that they're tired of hearing about Gaza. Like they're like, man, I don't want to hear about the suffering that's going on in Gaza. They're tired of seeing constant death, constant struggle, constant war, you know. and like, oh, we're going to finally have a, peace treaty, and then Israel just bombed Lebanon
Yep.
and started another war. That's what's getting on Maynard's nerves, and you'll hear it in like diners all the time where Maynards are just like, man, if we just stopped, like one of the biggest things is, hey, if we just stopped listening to Israel, we would be so much better off.
Hmm.
You know?
It's one of those things where it's absolutely infuriating, and I know that this is the case here in Minnesota, and I am kind of making an assumption that it's similar in Maine, but
Yeah.
there's very few things as infuriating as being in a town that has been, put to the point of destitution, where like jobs have dried up, people are like unable to make a living anymore, and but they
Right.
still have to live there. They can't escape. They can't just go someplace else. And then you see on the news, oh, Congress is debating whether or not to spend $100 billion more on the Iran war, and it's just like, what? But like, we don't even need to be there. Like
Yeah.
we you can spend $100 billion at the drop of a hat on
Completely
this.
unnecessary.
Well, you can't.
Completely unnecessary.
You can't send like, I don't know, a couple billion of that dollars to Maine, to Minnesota. Like
Yeah.
it's infuriating to a lot of folks.
Yeah, I mean, my grandpa will be yelling at the TV sometime and be like, "Hey, they need to give us our money back," and all that type of stuff. It's just like, it's ridiculous stuff that like that where it's just like, I I understand how a lot of people will look at Maine and look at and see a bunch of people who don't understand what's going on. But Maine is probably one of the most understanding of what's going on, because a lot of the stuff that happens on the outside affects us to the extreme on the inside. Like like I drive a Jeep, so
Mhm.
it's not a gas guzzler, but still I have to pay a lot of money to fill up my Jeep. And I love my Jeep, but still I have to drop like $60 each week to, keep it filled.
Yeah, and it's getting
It's one of those,
worse.
and it's getting worse, and it's getting to the point where now I'm having to look at jobs closer to me.
God, I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's one of those things where I saw it coming. Um, I I saw especially when Trump was talking about, oh well, we don't know if we're going to ever stop bombing them, and I'm just like, oh god.
God, yeah. And I do want to just kind of circle back, because you talked about Troy Jackson kind of being more aggressive,
Mm,
and I think that might take some folks a little bit aback when they go off of like the clips that circulate in the media outside of Maine, because Troy
yeah.
Jackson comes across as like a very mild mannered, uh, almost like farmer type. At least in the Midwest, he'd be read as like a farmer type. I'm sure in Maine he'd be read
He'd be
as,
your average logger,
yeah,
or average lobsterman.
yeah, and like what struck me is that when I listen to him talk and watch him talk, he has a very moderated voice and way of delivery, but in my experience with folks in the Midwest, and I guess this extends to Maine, that it's a very simmering anger.
Yeah, it is like when ICE shot those two people, and Troy Jackson did make a couple of those speeches. Like you couldn't hear it in his voice. He was upset, but you could see it.
Hmm.
You could see it. It's with Mainers. We'll never, if we don't like you, we'll never like tell you to your face we don't like you. You'll
Yeah.
just get the vibe that we don't like you. You know?
we don't like your kind here, but we're not going to say that to your face.
Like you'll get short answers. Like if say if I don't like someone, I'll start doing the normal Maynard, yeah, you know,
Yeah,
just
exactly.
the short answers. But that's kind of how a lot of Mainers are, where it's just like, if we don't like you, we're not gonna sit there and be like, hey, I don't like you, buddy. We're just gonna, listen to what you have to say and then hope you go away. You know?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but what do you want people outside of Maine to know about Mainers and about this race that has gone so strangely? What do you want people to know?
I just want people to take a moment and to actually, dive into some Maine politics, you know, and kind of try to understand where Mainers are coming from. Because it's not that hard to understand where people who liked Graham Plattner, who liked Troy Jackson, it's not hard to understand why they like them. But the people who seemingly, a lot of the liberal people who are outside of the politics are doing this whole hyper analyzation of oh, it's got to be this reason or this reason. No, just look at the politics, and generally it's just because a lot of Mainers are just tired of Susan Collins.
Yeah.
It's just that.
Yeah, and they're tired of Susan Collins, and there are a couple people willing to throw their hat in the ring where they believe they might actually make things better.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just at this point, we just want Susan Collins out. She's been here. She's been our senator since I was in kindergarten.
Wow.
And yet she's never had a town hall since then. So it's one of those things where she's not representing us anymore.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Story the Bard, for your time. Very much appreciate talking with you. And you keep on doing the good work in Maine, okay?
All right, I'm gonna hang out in the chat.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a great conversation. Really appreciated it. Thank you so much to Story for their time and their insight, because I do think that it's really important to get insight, especially being from Minnesota. I feel like, despite the fact that I haven't spent a whole lot of time in Iowa, I've spent a lot of time in that type of community here in Minnesota. And I think a lot of folks don't quite understand how things are done in Maine. And so I really appreciate the insight and talking with folks about what it's like there. Why is it like this? So anyway, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and leave a comment. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think about Maine politics, Troy Jackson, Narav Shah, Graham Plattner. Go for it. And also, get involved in your local Dems and your local DSA, folks. It makes a difference. When you get involved on the local level, you can make colossal changes that can help both yourself, your community, your friends, your loved ones. It is vitally important. And especially when we are in a position of economic disadvantage, getting involved in politics is a way to even the odds. So get involved with your local Dems, get involved with your local DSA. If you don't know where to start, we can help you. Join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We'll help you get to your first meeting. We'll do what we can to help you get involved. because it is vitally important that as many of us as possible get involved in this fight, because no one's coming to save us. The only people coming to save us are us. And we can't sit around anymore and wait for things to just get better on their own. They're not gonna unless we make them get better. So, all that being said, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And you can check it out over on ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got a full restock, 2 new sizes, a new color. Go check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Whew! We did it, folks. We did it. Someone said the other day to combine it, calling it Minnesota. Oh god, that's so good. But wait, there's more segments. God. That's so fucking funny. We need to reunite Maine and Minnesota, separated at birth. Alright. Folks, if you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine people. And, yeah, this is made possible thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. You can be trans if you want. Nobody's stopping you. That is very true. Anyone can be trans if they put their mind to it. More segments than a human centipede? Probably not as many segments as the human centipede in the third one, though. Probably not that many. T-Lave, welcome! Transgender for everyone. Is this music just roundabout clicker training? Maybe. The truth might surprise you. All of the music that Jack uses slaps. It's true! Created by our very own Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Friend of the show. And we also play some Sweet Myths. Check out Sweet Myths music, folks. Excellent band. Let's see. We are at 4 subs towards our goal. The beginning of our next goal. We need a sound bit that only is applied to the stream so Jack can't hear it, but we get clicker trained. There are 3 Human Centipede films. I mean, there might be more. I just remember that it went up to 3. And honestly, that was far too many. Yes, there are 3 Human Centipede films. Very gross. One was too many, an outline is too many. Yeah, that was pretty much the why are there any? Because it came out of that exploitation, like, kind of gore torture porn type of film genre that emerged in like the aughts. And basically Human Centipede was going to be going for being the most extreme. And boy howdy, did they nail it. Basically the commercialization of like French, what is it called, like French new wave extremity or something like that. It's a whole thing, like the what's it called, it's like not saints, fuck, I'm forgetting the name of it. So I was in a Discord call and people were doing online dating and they kept rejecting people for being too fat, too ugly, no tits, and black. Is this the absolute state of online dating? No. French extremity. Thank you, Matt Cat. Martyrs. God, thank you for understanding. Chat, I really do appreciate that we've reached a mutual understanding sometimes where I'm able to say something like French new wave extremity, that movie Saints, and you're like, martyrs, martyrs, martyrs. And I'm like, yes, that one. Thank you for being able to translate my gibberish. Yep. G Papa Zhao, the kind of Discord call that you are hanging out in is meant for the social consumption. Like, you're hanging out in a space where it's designed to make people like you feel bad. Stop doing that. Wasn't Martyrs good? It's not really my cup of tea. Red Flags by Tom Cardy. Oh, I can turn on alerts again. That's right. Wait a minute. There we go.
Red Flags by Tom Cardy helps make the pain of Human Centipede existing a bit more tolerable.
It's true. Tom Cardy is an absolute gem. I miss the early days of stream where we would sometimes play Tom Cardy music, but unfortunately, YouTube now does the automated copyright strike thing, and it's not fun. Yeah, Papa Zhao, the kinds of people who are like, black people are a deal breaker for me when it comes to dating. They're racists. Like, don't hang out with racists. That's the like, don't hang out with shitty people. Like, it will make you feel worse and possibly make you shittier by extension. I liked Martyrs. I won't watch that movie ever again. I think that's a healthy attitude to have about Martyrs. All right, you know what? That's actually a perfect, oddly enough, a perfect segue into our next segment. Excuse me. Y'all ready for our next seggy? Wait a minute. First, I need to look at the likes to see if I need to berate you guys. Do I need to berate you? Hmm. Some berating might be in order. Let's see. Vertical chat has 26 viewers and 49 likes. And yet, 50 likes now. Horizontal chat, meanwhile, has a solid, 370, 380 people, only 211 likes. I'm just saying, based on pure percentages here, you guys are being shown up by vertical chat. It's true. Vertical chat punches above its like weight. Ugh, you disgust me. I liked long ago, of course. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. All right. Anyway, I'll check in again later. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for our next segment? That's the berating we need? Yeah, you're all filthy. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't do that. All right, let's jump into it. Oh wait. Cute dark arts. Oh, mommy. Daddy. There you go. There you go. All right. All right, I'm done with that. We're done with that. All right. Can we pay for that later? Absolutely. Okay, here we go. So, folks, I have to say that, we talk a lot about how conservatism in the modern era, in the year 2026, is very, very racist. But genuinely, I do think sometimes people lose sight of exactly how racist the modern GOP is, and the modern Christian nationalist movement is, that is currently behind and fueling a lot of the modern GOP. And I want to turn your attention to Dale Partridge here, who is a pastor, one of the folks who's fairly influential in the Christian nationalist circles. And let's just take a listen to one of his more recent sermons. Let's take a look.
God has sovereignly assigned different stations and trajectories to different peoples for his glory. The Japhethites have been blessed to be enlarged in both territory and Christian regeneration. We see that in this passage. The Hamites have been assigned to a civilizational station of subordination and dependence. And the answer to this paradigm is not endless foreign money. That's not the answer to this problem. The answer is to return to European Christian colonization of African nations.
Now, if you are a bit lost here, let me translate for you a little bit. When he talks about the Hamites being assigned by God to a station of subordination, what he's doing here is he's actually drawing from a common argument that was used to support the institution of slavery in the United States. Specifically, that black people were the children of Ham, or the Hamites, who were ordained by God to be subservient to everyone else. And it's essentially this guy saying black people should be our servants. They are by nature, by the way God made them, lesser than white people. Right? Like, and the thing is that this might be coming across a little bit odd here, but I need you all to understand that it was a very, very common form of slavery apologia to turn to the Bible and say, well, the Bible condemns people from Africa as children of Ham. So that means we get to enslave them because that's what God wants. It's God's will to enforce slavery. Yeah, it's Mark of Cain shit. Yeah, 100%. And what you're seeing is effectively kind of the root in the Christian nationalist circles that is, that grows into the anti-DEI shit.
Is this racist colonialism supposed to fulfill their faith?
Because in their mind, in the mind of these racists, it isn't actual racism, right? Because this is what I mean, and I've said this a lot, but you have to remember a lot of folks who were supportive of slavery were supportive of it because they believed it was the right thing, that God ordained slavery, that God called for slavery. And so when you're like, well, it's racism, they would say, it's not racist. It's not racist. This is God's will. This is God's plan. God is perfectly good. Therefore, slavery is perfectly good and just. That would be the argument that these Christian nationalists would make. And like this, in turn, is what then leads him to say, actually, we need to bring back colonialism, and we need to actually have a second wave of European white colonization of Africa, which is absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. It is incredibly racist. But I need you all to understand that these people are trying to say it's God's will for them to be racist, therefore take it up with God. It's a thought-terminating cliche, you see. Because they're just not open to any kind of criticism, because any criticism is just met with, well, God wants us to do it, so. Fucking batshit? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I believe that's truly the answer, and let me tell you why. It's the only thing that has historically worked, that has shown fruit. I'm not talking about overtaking Africa. I'm not talking about enslaving Africans. I'm not talking about exploiting Africans.
No, he's not talking about enslaving them, guys. Just using the same argument that people who would enslave them would use.
But I'm talking about establishing order, godly leadership, and carrying the gospel to their lands.
And I do want to say, talking about establishing order, carrying the gospel to their lands.
We were taught this nonsense as kids here in the Bible Belt, and I'm so glad I grew past it.
I think a lot of people don't realize that there is a certain level of racism that is baked into white Christian nationalist churches, where like the racism is incorporated as an almost like God-given duty. God gave you a duty to be racist. You know? It's terrifying when you start actually kind of struggling with the reality of what that entails. You know? And when he's talking about, no, it doesn't mean we enslave Africans. I want you to know he's full of shit. Right? Like, he's full of shit. And he knows it too, because he literally just finished saying that the godly role of black people in Africa is as servants to white people. So when he says we're not going to enslave them, we're just going to bring them the Bible and order and leadership, that very clearly is setting up a natural order where black people are de facto enslaved.
In fact, the only times that African nations have seen significant and sustained civilizational improvement, and I'm talking about infant mortality.
By the way, this isn't true. The reason infant mortality, the reason all of this shit in Africa sucks right now is because of colonialism. When a bunch of people show up and make you second-class citizens in your own country or slaves in your own country, and then meticulously extract natural resources for the better part of, 2-3 centuries, it turns out you have a lot of institutional problems. You have a lot of social problems brought about by the fact that a bunch of people came by and stole all your shit. The same way, if like a roving band of marauders rolled up to your house, blew like a hole into your living room, raided your kitchen, and like tore out all the copper in your walls, you'd have some pretty severe institutional and financial problems too. Okay? It's not that difficult to figure out.
What is it with Euro Christians being obsessed with us African? It's weird. Also, God could have meant the Hamidis humaniad pig people that come from space.
Spider Pig does whatever Spider Pig does. Story of the Bard, thank you for the $5 dono.
Rates going down. I'm talking murder going down. I'm talking disease going down. Tribal wars ceasing. The only time Africa has ever seen that happen in being sustained is when they have come under Japhethite supervision. We saw this in colonial Kenya, Botswana, dramatically in Rhodesia. White Christians turned a broken third world territory into a thriving first.
But by the way, I want you all to understand just real quick, when he talks about the children of Ham, when he talks about Japhethite, a Japhethite is just a white guy. That's all it means. To like just really hammer it home, in like this particular brand of white Christian nationalism, they believe that when they're talking about the descendants of Japheth or the descendants of Ham or whatever, they're talking about racial categories. It's truly unhinged. And of course, this guy is defending Rhodesia. Of course. Of course. A place so racist that it broke off of South Africa. A place so racist that they were like, no, we want to have slavery in the modern era as an institution. It's great, actually. I did a whole video, by the way, breaking down a neo-Nazi YouTuber called Zoomer Historian and his take on Rhodesia. I highly encourage you guys to check that out if you want a deeper dive on how shit Rhodesia was. But just so you know, a short rule of thumb, anyone who is talking positively about Rhodesia is almost universally, like, practically a card-carrying member of the KKK. Like, they are one bad piece of news away from burning crosses for miles around. It's truly vile.
Turned a broken third world territory into a thriving first world Christian nation in less than a century. You have a continent that has been struggling for literally millennia. And then you bring in a handful of European Christians, and they turned...
Can I just say, like, oh, it's been struggling for nearly a millennia. What are you talking about? Like, this is honestly just born out of bigotry and, like, a lack of a desire to educate yourself. You know? The idea that Africa hasn't had stable civilizations, hasn't had long-lived civilizations, like, fuck, Ethiopia is one of, like, the, like just genuinely one of, like, the bastions of civilization. Ethiopia is basically one gigantic fucking fortress. It's crazy. And people like I don't know what to tell you guys. And when he starts talking about, like, oh well, they're the only people who, like, blah 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 blah, and it's just like, go read King Leopold's Ghost to, like, learn about how great colonialism was. It fucking sucked. It was the worst thing that human beings could ever do to one another, you know. But not only that, this guy's over here, like, talking as if we haven't had folks come out of Africa who are literally, like, the wealthiest people to ever exist. It's, I just, like, I'm dying here. Was it Mansa Musa from Mali who was, like, one of the richest people to ever exist? Didn't, like, he went on a pilgrimage. Yes, okay. He went on a pilgrimage that was so prolific with how much gold it spent, it literally cratered national economies in its wake. Like, when we talk about civilization, Egypt lasted for literally thousands of years and built monuments that are still studied to this day. Like, the idea here that, oh, well, gee whiz, they weren't doing anything. They were just fighting. They were living in wood, in mud huts. It's bullshit. Like, it makes me so mad because there's so much cool archaeological stuff to come out of Africa that we're still learning about all the time, about, and we're not even talking about, like, some of the reconstructive histories going on, because, as you may or may not have noticed, places where there is a lot of rainfall, like jungles and such, tend to have not a great track record of, like, preserving more fragile dwellings, like, say, made out of wood. But we are getting better at being able to learn more about past civilizations. You know, you got LiDAR technology now that's helping archaeologists uncover different areas of the globe where it's like, oh, well, there weren't that many civilizations here. And it's like, oh, wait, when we start using, ground penetrating radar, we're actually able to see, oh, here's a bunch of man-made structures, covered by several centuries of now vegetation, but they're there. We just now need to organize an expedition to go there and, like, see what's up. And it's just like, man, like, truly racism is the death of curiosity. Racism is the death of curiosity, and honestly, the death of curiosity entails a lack of curiosity about other people. And it's frustrating. You know? Mansa Musa was a standard D&D adventurer with the amount of gold he had. Yeah, he slew a dragon. That's how he got so much money. Anyway, back to this piece of shit.
That in 100 years into a first world nation like that. You just go, why? How did that happen? Why does that work? When supervision is removed, which it has been, the pattern always reverses.
By the way, when he talks about supervision being removed, he means white people managing black people. Making black people subservient to white people. When those masters get removed, the pattern of what he would call savagery recommences. This is him arguing that this is why white people need to be in charge of black people. He's disgusting. Who wants to tell him that his ideology has the same roots as ancient aliens? I mean, he might be one of the first to tell you, like, genuinely, he might be one of the first to tell you that, like, yeah, maybe ancient aliens are real. Because oftentimes, folks like this incorporate it on purpose. Not because they're sitting there thinking, oh, we're, like, I'm going to be racist and, like, incorporate ancient aliens, but because they're fundamentally incurious and their ideology is, for them, set in stone and unquestionable. And so conspiracy, like ancient aliens, allows them to fill in gaps without fundamentally challenging their own preconceived assumptions.
And we have painlessly saw that in Zimbabwe, previously Rhodesia. And what this teaches us is that nations are downstream from, well, let me say it this way. Nations are not just downstream from religion. They're downstream from race.
Very cool. And then he's just like, yeah. All those terms I was using was just to bamboozle you into thinking that this was religious in nature, when actually I'm, talking about race and why white people need to reign supreme over black people. It's truly gross. What a cool and normal guy. Yeah. Anyway, it is tempting to be like, well, at least there's only one of that guy. At least, that's just some guy, right? Except, it's not just some guy, because this type of thinking is spread throughout our current government. The MAGA movement thrives on that particular kind of ideology, right? And so it's not surprising to see articles like this popping up. White House defends 1882 immigration law excluding Chinese immigrants, also known as the Chinese Exclusion Act. An argument about how a law passed specifically against Asian people is not racist. Don't worry, guys. This is from 1882, by the way. My understanding. All right? This is a political cartoon from 1882. The Golden Gate of Liberty. Notice, communist, nihilist, socialist, Fenian, and hoodlum welcome, but no admittance to Chinamen. The only one barred out. This is what they're defending. A law that even at the time, in 1882, was considered racist. Like, it's truly wild. The White House attacked the Smithsonian for having an exhibit that included a portion talking about the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act as something that's bad. Right? Like, the Smithsonian was like, yeah, it was actually bad that we had a law explicitly barring people from China entry to the United States while allowing anybody else to come on in. This was, by the way, from the White House, released on the 4th of July. From the White House Domestic Policy Council. And basically, they accused the Smithsonian of being ideologically captured and woke and, of course, erasing America's heritage. You know, by criticizing the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act for being racist. I just... We're in a really weird time where this keeps happening over and over again. Now, this is a quote from the White House report. The Many Voices One Nation didactic entitled Negotiating Inclusion alleges that when thousands of Chinese journeyed to the American West encouraged by the promise of gold rush opportunity in the 1850s, their race troubled white Americans, leading to the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, the first of many restrictive immigration laws. Other states, white laborers considered the Chinese competition and responded with hostility. Emphasis added. They think it's bad to talk about it. They think it is bad to talk about the fact that it was in fact bad to be racist against Chinese people. Because that would be deeply inconvenient for them. Anyway, luckily, I mean, it's not like anyone elected into office would be this racist. Clearly, this White House policy, something or other, must have been some kind of one-off, right? Anyway, here's a conversation between Representative Maxwell Frost and one of the representatives of the Heritage Foundation who was called to testify in front of Congress as a historian.
Mr. Frost from Florida, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I gotta say, listening to this hearing, I think many of my colleagues would benefit from actually stepping foot in the Smithsonian institutions, and maybe not just reading talking points from the White House or reading what they're supposed to say. I've been in these museums. I mean, talking about the National Museum of African American History and Culture specifically, it tells the whole story. The ugly and how America and Americans came together to get rid of slavery, to fight Jim Crow. But it tells the whole story. So maybe this committee should do like a field trip and actually go through these institutions to actually see the full story be told, because I would contend that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have never stepped foot in many of these institutions, at least not in a long time. Director Hartig, thank you for being here. Can you please share a little bit about your experience as a historian?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Frost. I came to history as an undergraduate. I thought I was going to be an English major, but I took my first...
Can I, just real quick, Forbes, the Hose Doge Committee. I think it meant the House Doge Committee. But it's a hearing on the Smithsonian's efforts to reshape the past. You know, like calling the Chinese Exclusion Act racist and bad.
History class, and I was rowing crew for UCLA at the time, and I hoisted my 10-speed on my shoulder, and I walked up the stairs to the history department, and I declared that I wanted to be an historian. And since then, as a public servant and as a public historian, in which we look at archives and material culture and museum work and historic preservation work, I've been completely motivated to figure out how then I can best serve the nation, and being the Elizabeth Macmillan Director of the museum certainly is the highest calling.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, are you a professional historian?
Actually, I have been paid by publishers to write history, so I am.
Okay.
Oh, that is not a response that fills me with confidence. Are you a historian? Well, I've been paid to pretend to be one is not, that doesn't seem great to me.
How many exhibits have you curated?
Oh, no, I'm not a curator.
Okay, how many exhibits have you curated? It's a separate question.
I haven't curated any exhibits
Okay,
because I'm not a curator.
Dr. Hartig, thank you. You haven't curated any exhibits. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Hartig, is your work partisan?
No, sir, our work is not. We don't seek to advance any political agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Does the museum take political sides or have a political agenda?
No, sir.
Does the museum have exhibits that challenge people's views or may make them feel uncomfortable?
History is incredibly challenging, and by then its very nature, if we tell it in its richness, we absolutely, I think, have objects that can make people uncomfortable. And, you know, I hearken back to Secretary Bunch's words that he was told by a sharecropper that, you know, tell the people both what they want to hear and what they need to hear. So I think depending on where you are, certainly there can be a level of discomfort.
Thank you. What review process does a museum use before opening an exhibit?
So the museum goes through a rigorous scholarly presentation of the way in which exhibit objects and stories and interpretation relate to one another. That's reviewed extensively, also depending on the size of the exhibit. Our In Pursuit of Life, Liberty, and Happiness exhibition, our 250 object exhibition for America 250, went through exhaustive review with also peer reviews as well. Then
I swear to God, I thought the sign said reserved for whiteness. That would be very funny and on brand for the exact kind of segment we're doing right now, but it does in fact say witness.
Is presented up to the undersecretaries and often the secretary in conversation with our review.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Gonzalez, who should decide what's in a museum?
I don't know what happened in your life to make you so angry towards people like us Christian nationalists, but I feel like Spirit's calling me to say this regardless of the hate I'll get. I have no hatred towards you. But when you brand yourself a Christian nationalist, it's not the same as you saying you're a Christian. A Christian nationalist is specifically somebody who seeks to essentially cleanse the land of people who disagree, people who might believe something else other than your dogma. And I think that what you fail to understand is that by calling yourself a Christian nationalist, you are the one declaring war on everybody else who's different than you. That's what it means to want to put your beliefs on a pedestal and force everyone else to bend the knee to them. That is not a friendly, loving act, no matter how you try to gussy it up or delude yourself. You are the hostility. You are the one bringing hostility here. So I don't hate you. But I do oppose authoritarianism in all its forms, especially when it courts actively the forces of racism and bigotry, which Christian nationalists do. So I don't have hatred for you, but I will oppose you politically with everything I've got until my very last breath, because what you want is evil, fundamentally. And just because you fail to realize that doesn't mean that people won't oppose you and people won't actively point out that what you want is evil. That might seem mean to you, or it might seem like I'm angry to you. I don't really care. I'm telling it like it is. And you can either take that or leave it.
I would say that the curator, but also overseen by the leadership of the museum, the taxpayer does spend $1.1 billion in the Smithsonian, so the Smithsonian is accountable to the American taxpayer.
All right, thank you. I have a yes or no question. Should exhibits capture American history as it happened without bias?
Yes.
Was slavery a part of American history?
Yes.
Was Jim Crow a part of American history?
Yes.
Is it important that museums discuss these topics at length so people understand the gravity?
Absolutely yes.
Do you believe that American art should be consistent with the Trump administration's cultural and political goals?
I have no idea what that is. I cannot comment on that.
Do you believe...
Just want to remind you guys, this guy...
Cultural and political goals.
I have no...
This particular guy here, who's definitely not a historian, He's a member of the Heritage Foundation. He is part of the organization that brought us Project 2025. He is ideologically committed to a project of basically imposing a set of alternative facts onto America's museums, onto American ideology, American history, etc. He is actively engaged in this effort right there in that room at this hearing. That's why he's in the room in the first place, despite not having any expertise when it comes to actual history.
No idea what that is. I cannot comment on that.
And no one who works for the Heritage Foundation lacks an idea of what the Trump administration's values and principles are. The Heritage Foundation wrote those principles for them.
Do you believe that American art, or do you believe that the Smithsonian's goals should be consistent with the Trump's administration's cultural and political goals?
I don't know how you define that. I cannot answer it.
You seem to have a long-standing personal vendetta against the Smithsonian that started well before the White House report. And I ask you those questions because I'm concerned about censorship. I'm no historian either, just like you. But I know that Nazi Germany weaponized art and museums to demonize certain groups. Dr. Blight, if Congress or the White House starts deciding historical interpretation, how is that different from political censorship?
It is political censorship. It is political censorship. Their model may indeed be Joseph Goebbels' Committee on Enlightenment, which is what the Nazis called their committee that tried to control museums.
Just want to point out, the guy saying that isn't a political hack. The guy saying that is a historian. Worth paying attention when historians start drawing historical parallels between what the Trump administration is doing and what Joseph Goebbels did for the Nazis. Anyway, I think pretty bad. It's pretty bad that the entire conservative movement right now is essentially coasting off the fumes of white Christian nationalism. The idea that white people should be, or as ordained by God, superior to all other races, should be the rightful leaders of the world, should be the slave masters, and should be the colonizers, and should make every knee bow to them, which is fundamentally what white Christian nationalism is all about. And it's active within the MAGA movement. It is active in the base. It is active in like the middlemen, and it is active all the way up to the top. It is what Donald Trump courts every single time he goes out and gives a speech. Every single time you see a Fox News host attacking a Somali immigrant, every single time you see a YouTuber doing a hit piece off of on a group of immigrants in a community who have, I don't know, escaped from war or some shit. Every single time you see that, it is being done in the service of this particular ideology that is seeking to destroy not just our modern political system, but also to rewrite history in order to make it seem like America was always a Christian nationalist nation. And that is just ahistorical. It is untrue. And I know that seems very simple and straightforward, a message for this segment, but it does bear repeating, because what they want more than anything is for people to be gaslit into forgetting that America is not, in fact, supposed to be about these things. That it is, in fact, capable of doing better than base racism, base fear-mongering. It is better than that. We are better than that. Or at the very least, we must always seek to be better than that. And it bothers me to no end that this has become just the base of the Republican Party. The base of the Republican Party is just unironically racist. There's no one left in there who's like unsure about where they stand on this shit. They know where they stand and they think it's okay. So, I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to fight this with everything I got until we win. And I hope you'll all join me. So get involved with your local Dems, get involved with your local DSA. We need to get organized today, folks, because the more organized we are, the better off we will all be. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, go to those local meetings, because you can actually help the people in your community. You can help yourself. You can help a whole ton of people by getting involved in your local political system. All right? And we can help you take your first steps. So join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We can give you tips on how to better organize. We have, private chats for the folks who have already joined up and are looking to do more and more. And also, if you got anything out of this, folks, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really help in the algorithm. If you want to let me know what you thought about this, all of this incredibly virulent racism that the MAGA base is increasingly accepting. And I will just say as a final point on that, the MAGA base is increasingly accepting of this virulent racism, but it is also causing some folks who would have typically called themselves Republican to leave the party. It's why more and more people are identifying as independents. It's specifically people leaving the Republican Party over this shit. And so my hope is that as this MAGA movement progresses, they become more and more whittled down, weaker and weaker, until they are in a state of utter irrelevance. So,
seldom a better timing to purge my whiteness here.
Ah, yes, you purged your white name in the Riverboat chat. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Hope you enjoy the new color for your name. And with all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, do consider supporting the show. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. It's we just got 2 new sizes, a full restock, and there's a new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link then in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. And also, Shinjin TV, thank you for the 10 gifted subs over on Twitch. Very, very much appreciated. Let's go, folks. Let's keep on going. We did it. We did it. We did it. And that brings us to 18, folks. We've been going for 2.5 hours. And also, you know what that means? We just finished a segment. It's time for your reminder to click the goddamn button. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And Shinjin TV, thank you for the additional 10 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. Number go up. And folks, remember, this show is only possible thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. Go, go, go. Click the button. Did I get fucking PBS? You got fucking PBS.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Click
Click, click, butt. Click, click, butt. Click, click, butt. Let's go, Shinjin TV. Thank you for the gifted sub to Morbid Corpse. Very much appreciated. There we go. Whew. If I make a Doug version of it, will you play it? A Doug version of what? I don't even know what that means. Nocturnal 8999, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. There we go. Now we're cooking. This song is so dang good. The bass line, oof, Jazz Dog has some of the best bass lines in the biz. Doug like the cartoon? That was also my initial assumption, which I'm realizing might be woefully out of date. We should get another Jazz Dog original, just for funsies. I should commission another one. I assumed Dugadoo. Aw, man. It's been so long since we had Dugadoo. I can't wait until Christmas rolls around again. You know, Christmas time. And we have another, like, Mariah Carey month. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Jack, have I ever considered politics? I consider politics all the damn time. I always be considering. I'm sitting there on my phone, other people looking at Twitter, and I'm just looking there, not for the memes, but for all the political poison. So I can inject it straight into all of our collective veins. No. Stop. Don't stop considering. I love political poison. You know, the rot it calls to me. Guys, I'm probably not gonna be running for office anytime soon. Maybe if I'm bigger than Hassan, I'll consider it, you know? What's that Mariah Carey trombone champ vid you play? Here. For those who don't know, I'm not going to play the whole song. Here it is. Here you go. All right, that's enough for that. You guys, Tootsmas will be upon us in due time. In due time. It's still like 4 months away, guys. You gotta save up the toots, all right? Actually peak. Yeah, so for those of you who are relatively new to the Riverboat Jack channel, some of you might not know, but we have a couple of different traditions around these parts. Number one is that November is Star Trek month, and we pay due homage to the series by watching Topinier's solo animation project that encompasses 4 different fan-made films he made himself, and it is wonderful. It is truly, truly great. I love Star Trek month. And also, after Star Trek month in November, we have the month of Tootsmas, which is where I offer the sub dono goal of every 20 subs. We get some Tootsmas.
0.5x.
And people can make it faster or slower as I will now demonstrate, Paladin lost gifted 5 subs to make it slower. So this is how that would play out. You know? Here we go. Oh fuck! It's so funny. It's so funny. God. So anyway, I yes. Now imagine people have stocked up a number of subs, and we have to we have to go through 10 rounds of this, but people keep warring between making it faster or slower, because it also does sound different if you speed it up, you know? But this is where you might see, when we get closer and closer to Tootsmas, the difference between the tutors in chat and the muters in chat. These are two different factions that combat one another, because the muters simply mute the stream and walk away while this is happening, while the tutors, the strong, the virile, they stay. Just Twitch subs? No, $5 donos or membership. So anything equivalent to like a $5 drop. All subs, all $5 increments do count towards Tootsmas goals. I still think the sand that opens the first seal is the Mariah Carey multi-tab. That is true. There are different variations that we will allow depending on the circumstances, and one of them is if somebody wants to dump a large number of subs, we get the rare multi-tab toot compilation, which involves several of these videos playing at once. It's a time. You have to pick a side. I mean, no. You can be a daywalker if you'd like. What Joe says, thank you for the membership. Appreciate you. Also, I don't think I added Paladin's 5 tier 1 subs, so I think that brings us to 40.
You're a cruel mistress for reminding me of Tootsmas.
Look, I think everyone deserves to be reminded of Tootsmas. And, you know, to be fair, you guys reminded me of Tootsmas first. Francesca is going to be in Minneapolis next month. We need to get you two together. You know, I might actually be out of town next month. I don't know. I might be around. The Parkway is pretty cool. Yeah, maybe I'll go to her comedy show. Be pretty cool. Ah, fuck. I used to fall asleep to your shows, then Tootsmas happened. Oh god, I'm sorry. No one deserves Mariah Carey Dream Invasion. I'm a normal / fast tutor, 0.5 muter. But just to give you guys a sense of it, this is the 2 times speed Mariah Carey Tootsmas song. All right. Fuck. You definitely owe us Dugadoo? Do I owe anybody Dugadoo? I feel like that's additional punishment. Me during a solo play of that song. Yeah, with the little teddy bear. You do not owe us that? I'm a filthy muter. You know, at least you own it. There are some muters out there who won't tell anybody.
I just came back. What fucking month is it? Liz Galahad, it says you never mute, but next to your username on Twitch it says watching without audio. Wait a minute. wait a minute. Fuck, I love you guys. You guys are great. All right. Honestly, that was an excellent palate cleanser off of a segment that is just pure unadulterated racism. So, you know, I think we needed that. We needed a little bit of tootin' our, I almost said a little bit of tootin' our poots, but I don't think that is appropriate. I come back to Tootmas. People wanted to know. People deserve to know. Are we going to have a live Christmas stream where we show each other our ugly sweaters? I can't commit to that. I'm a tutor. I revel in the chaos. Hell yeah. Fear I will be a muter in the coming months. It only happens during the month of December. Don't worry. You guys are safe. You guys are safe. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready for our next seggy? She said, having played it in July. Well, I didn't play the entire thing. I mean, if you guys want to, you know, me to play the entire thing so that you can be said to have been correct, I could. I'm still having fun? Hell yeah. I would love for you to play it every July. God. All right. I am not a muter, not because I enjoy it, but because the suffering of others is so hilarious it's worth it.
It's one of the best. It's one of the best community memes we got. We do have a bunch of good ones. Antithas, thank you for the $2 super chat. I feel like I'm being threatened with a good time. Yeah. All right. Here we go. So, folks, just real quick, you know, sometimes
I encounter a piece of politics or someone that I could talk about that I just don't because they're largely politically irrelevant, or because I just find them kind of pathetic and not worth my time. And Brad Plumbo is one of those people, right? And for those of you who don't know who Brad is, he's been a guy who's kind of been lurking in like libertarian think tanks and like has his own YouTube channel, but it's very he's not like I find him very uninteresting to talk about. Yeah, his last name is Plumbo. That's I'm not making that up. And another one of those things is a politics show called Make It Make Sense that's put together by Jeff Bezos's Washington Post. And we've only ever talked about that show in particular like one other time on this show, and that's because Make It Make Sense is hilariously hilariously unwatched, despite the fact that it's put together by the Washington Post. And what kind of glup shitto name is that? Oh, fuck. Oh, I think that's very funny. Okay. All right. That was good. That was good. Anyway, let's talk about it now that we've combined both Brad Plumbo and Make It Make Sense, because apparently he's hosting Make It Make Sense now for the Washington Post, and I find that to be maybe one of the funniest things possible. And when you say what kind of glup shitto name, I just want you to understand this guy was looking at me prepped in this video form with this expression right here, full screen, the entire time you said that, and I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Is that a Plumbo? It is.
When I went on CNN to talk about the Graham Plattner story, I had two little sound bites of me. One was where I pretty passionately excoriated the Democrats for their handling of the Plattner race. And then about 90 seconds later, I made another point that Republicans have lost the moral high ground on character in politics. The first point got cut up and...
Brad, did they ever have it in the first place? Did the Republicans ever have the moral high ground here, Brad? You know, the Republicans, the guys who had Dennis Hassert, Speaker of the House, who like molested children. They had the moral high ground. The Republican Party, the one that elected Donald Trump, the guy who's most mentioned in like the Epstein files and who has actively worked to cover it up. The same Republicans who are currently cheering on a war with Iran that happened for no reason. The same Republicans who've been actively kicking people off their health insurance and kicking them out of their homes and generally stealing from the poor to enrich the wealthiest people to ever exist. The Republicans who cut foreign aid that like kept millions of people alive, leaving them to die. Those Republicans, they had the upper hand on morality. Wait, maybe we're talking about the older Republicans before this modern incarnation. Maybe we're talking about like the Republicans who, you know, opposed desegregation. They had the moral high ground? Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Sounds like a bad point.
spread like wildfire by a bunch of conservative and MAGA-leaning clip accounts. They, of course, never retweet or show.
Oh yes, of course. We have to go back to Abraham Lincoln, back with the Lincoln Republicans. You know, when the Republicans were actually liberals. Strange.
The other part where I point out the double standard or hypocrisy, and
the time when Republicans were leftists in America.
Then a bunch of liberal and blue-leaning accounts clipped up me pointing out the GOP double standard, but just totally omitted all my good points pointing out the Democrats' problem with Graham Plattner. And I'm like, if that's not a microcosm of how these echo chambers are siloing us off and not exposing us to the full story, I don't know what is. I think a lot of people are sick of that. A lot of those folks are just checking out of politics, though.
Yeah.
And then what we're left with is the people who are rabid to one extreme or the other, and they drive the incentive structure and the base that then politicians and media figures increasingly pander to.
Wow. It's almost like, chat, you guys gotta stop dropping, you guys gotta stop dropping glup shitto in chat. It's too funny. It's too funny. I need to focus. Stop. Free glup. Stop. All right. But it's almost like maybe if we're talking about a problem with people being siloed when it comes to information, it's almost like maybe it's not a problem with individuals per se, but rather a systemic problem. And if that's the case, maybe instead of the blame being put on the Democrats or the Republicans per se, the blame instead should go to the people who run the social media websites and the mainstream media that is giving rise to these echo chambers, to these silos of information. But that would be very inconvenient for someone like Brad Plumbo to talk about, because he works for the Washington Post, an organization bought by Jeff Bezos so that he could control the flow of information, and specifically so that he could warp different inconvenient stories in such a way that it wouldn't entangle him in them. It kind of seems to me like maybe we should be looking at folks like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg, people who control their social media platforms in such a way so that they themselves benefit from them the most. And when we're talking about this, what would be useful is if, I don't know, we could maybe come up with some kind of study that shows that social media algorithms are actually designed to push certain types of content. And wouldn't you know it, oh wait, there are a bunch of studies that show that social media, actually, the algorithms have been tweaked more and more and more in order to prioritize conservative content, specifically because conservative content tends to be more violent, more to bring about more reaction, etc. Because you get a lot more reaction out of like shock and fear and anger than you do out of thoughtful, in-depth discussion. And it's almost like if we're looking at these platforms and we realize, oh wait, they have a financial incentive to be more shocking and more offensive and more noteworthy all the damn time, and these people profit off of pushing a conservative agenda so that they get more and more tax breaks from the federal government, it starts to look less like, oh, it's a problem with the Democrats and the problem with the Republicans, and starts to look more like, it's a problem with wealth consolidation. It's a problem with monopolies. There's a problem with our information ecosystem that doesn't get solved conveniently enough when you start pushing a narrative that, these political groups are just, they're just incurious. It's their fault. When the reality is, no, the wealthiest people on earth are curating public discourse in such a way to benefit themselves. And that involves using fear and depressive tactics in order to foment this, us versus them mentality. Capitalism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is bad. And of course, Brad Palumbo can't say that because it implicates his boss. It's too inconvenient for him to actually, tease out the full story here. So it just ends with finger pointing and saying, look at this bad behavior. Finger wag, finger wag, finger wag. Isn't that bad? And instead of addressing the actual underlying problem, which is systemic. Anyway, I just thought that this was funny and I wanted to talk about it. Just out of curiosity here, I'm gonna take a quick look here. Holy shit. So folks, I just want you guys to know that by me playing that clip for you, how many people are watching here? 130. Let's see. 480. 510. We've got a solid 560 people watching right now. That's more than double the amount of views this entire video has. It was uploaded a day ago on an official account for the Washington Post. It has 269 views total. It has one whole comment from Brad Palumbo. This is an official podcast from the Washington Post, one of the biggest newspapers in America. This podcast in particular, has less than 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. And it kind of goes to show, who is this for? Because it's certainly not for any kind of viewership. And honestly, I gotta be honest, I think it's kind of, it's for rich assholes to make themselves feel better. That's who this content is for. And anyway, I think that's very funny. And I'm going to continue to laugh about it. Periodically, whenever I remember that Brad Palumbo exists and Make It Make Sense exists. So anyway, I hope you'll join me in continuing to laugh at these shows, and also in the act of forgetting that they exist, because the funniest possible joke is simply just people continuing to not give a shit about this and continuing to not pay attention to it. I think it's fun. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really, really help in the algorithm. Let's see if we can top the number of comments Make It Make Sense got on their most recent episode. I bet we can do it. The bar is insanely low, and I promise not to even comment on it myself. So, get involved and join your local Debs, join your local DSA. You know what? I bet if you work hard, you could mobilize more people in your local area than are willing to watch an episode of Make It Make Sense. I bet you can do it. And you know what? I bet if you get that a number of people together, you guys can do great things in your community to make it actively better. And you can collectively pool the time you would have used watching Make It Make Sense into bettering your own community. So go get started, and we'll help you take your first steps. Okay? Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. You can join our Signal chats about organizing. We'll all help each other. All right? So please do take advantage of this fact. All right? People, both Dragonfly, GamerG have years of experience organizing. Make use of them as resources. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and trans men. It's sexy, comfy, and non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. We just got a full restock, added 2 new sizes, and there's a new color, so go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. We did it, folks. Organizing for what? So that you can show up and have local political power to, make your community better.
No, see, you need the Palumbo to flush the shit out.
Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate it.
I make media for marketing. We 100% make stuff we know is stupid just for the ego of our rich and nepo bosses.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I worked for, I did consulting for a little bit and wrote a brief moment of my life. And there was absolutely ego going on in marketing circles that was wild. It was like, this is literally for nobody but the boss to look at. It's way more common than so many people realize. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Palumbo, like Columbo? Yeah. God. He looks like the whitest man of all time. He's the, a lot of people don't know this. Brad Palumbo is the original white man. A lot of people don't get this, but it's true. I do think that a lot of folks need to understand that we need to also get shit done. It's not organizing just for organizing's sake. It's to make your community better. It's to make sure, your local water supply isn't being poisoned by local businesses. It's to make sure your, town isn't being taken over by an AI data center that's going to run half of the residents out of town. It's making sure that your local sheriffs aren't collaborating with ICE to terrify immigrant neighbors or to make them disappear in the night. It's stuff like that, It's making sure that when weather gets below freezing, that your neighbors who are unhoused have a place to go so they don't freeze to death on the street. When you get organized locally, you can do shit like that. It's really, really cool. At work, you make things sometimes just because the boss, just with a boss, because how else is the boss going to know you're doing work, huh? Exactly. I love you guys. All right. Let's do this, shall we? How is it 3 hours into the show? I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe it. We are 3 hours in. That's crazy. Well, folks, if you got anything out of this show so far, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, do the things that help the channel grow, share it around, and also drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. This show is brought to you thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. I just did quarterly metrics, literally made for my boss to show his boss, etc. And yes, it's all guys all the way up from me. Yuck. Click the goddamn button, folks. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, click, button. Whew. All right. You guys ready to jump into our next segment? Move this over to why do you have Dr. Softhole's corpse laying around your room? As a reminder. Fabulous top. Thank you, Zyros. I appreciate it. All right, here we go, folks. Let's do this. So, folks, we need to talk about where we're at vis-a-vis Democrats and Republicans. Because I gotta be honest, the level of desperation from Republicans has become even more palpable and obvious to the point where I gotta be honest, Republicans are just now fully committed to elaborating on a fictional Democratic platform that unironically Democrats should do. Here's what I mean. Here's what I mean. Here's a Trump appearance from earlier today.
The Democrats are going to terminate the filibuster as soon as they have a chance. And then they're going to approve Puerto Rico and D.C. as a state. They got 4 more senators. They're going to end up with 12 more congressmen. They're going to get like 40 electoral votes. If they are allowed to do that, by that time I'll be sitting home. And I'm not a big crier. I don't think you want to see me cry, you know? There are some people, they do very well when they cry. But you don't want to see me cry. But I may be crying when I'll be sitting home and I'll say I told them. They got to really terminate the filibuster, get everything approved right away. The Democrats.
I mean, his skin's crying right now. Dude, it's being tortured under all that makeup and those harsh lights. But guys, I don't think people understand. Democrats are terrified of being attacked for stuff like this. It's one of the reasons why Democratic elected lawmakers shy away from talking about statehood for DC or Puerto Rico so often. It's because they view it as a political risk. Because if they talk about it, then, well, their opponents might say that they're going to go be crazy and get rid of the filibuster, and that might damage them politically. But they are saying it anyway. Right? They're saying it anyway. So, when we're talking about political strategy, this is effectively permission from the Republican Party to run on these issues and to run on big systemic change, because guess what? Even if you're the most moderate Democrat in the universe, they are still going to attack you as a communist. They are still going to attack you as someone who's going to try and upend the political order and get statehood for these territories that don't deserve it. But the reality here, folks, is that this is permission. Because if they're going to do the same thing either way, then the Democratic argument against running on this stuff evaporates completely, right? It's just gone. And it's similar with other things that he talks about, right? Like, this is, again, from tonight. Or maybe, was it from tonight? God, it looks like he has different people behind him, but I guess maybe it's the same night. Maybe it's a different place.
Than one murder. We had transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports came ravaging through our cities. And the whole world was laughing at us. We were a joke all over the world, but not anymore. They're not laughing. They're not laughing. Than one.
Can we just, like, I just want to play this one more time.
Murder. We had transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports came ravaging through our cities.
Like, this is how cooked the, like, Republican base is. They hear transgender for everybody ravaging through our cities, and it's just like, what are you bro, what are you talking about? Wait, what? Ah, yes, who can forget that time the transgenders, like, ravaged through, Branson, Missouri? Who can forget the great transgender ravaging of Mississippi and Alabama? Who can forget that the transgender menace that took down New York City? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, where is this horde of transgender, like, folks? I'm confused. Like, I gotta be honest, like, the most trans people I've ever seen assembled in one room is, like, I don't know, like, maybe some kind of Comic-Con, maybe like PAX West or something. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm trying to think of any, like, maybe you know what? Maybe Evo. Maybe the Evo tournaments. Yeah, in LGS, exactly. but like, this is where we're at. And I want everyone to understand, if you are a Democrat and you're thinking about, like, turning into, like, an anti-trans Democrat or whatever because you want to focus on kitchen table issues and you don't want to go to bat for trans people, like, just so you know, Donald Trump is also killing that avenue for Democrats, because anyone who's paying attention to politics is just like, oh, you don't support trans people? Then you start sounding like this dipshit, you know?
And the whole world was laughing at us. We were a joke all over the world, but not anymore. They're not laughing. They're not laughing. Than one murder. We had transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports came.
Transgender for everybody. Men and women's sports. This is what Amy Acton sounds like right now. It's grotesque. Oh, if the Discord link isn't working, Shinjin TV, you can go to riverboat.gg/discord. There you go. That one should work. It works when I click it. It might be a VPN issue, just as an FYI, right? So anyway, what I'm trying to say is Republicans are going out of their way to make a permission structure that actually benefits folks on the left in a way that I find very hilarious, right? Like, this just pushes Democrats towards supporting trans people, even if those Democrats would otherwise have, jelly-like spine consistencies. And not to mention the fact that, like, the emergence of DSA as a meaningful political force in America is leading to incredible, incredible things like this. This is coming courtesy of the Comal County Republican Party, posted on their Facebook page. DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. The DSA's mission is to replace capitalism with democratic socialism by shifting economic and political power from corporations and wealthy owners to workers and the public. Is this what you want for America? And it's just like, well, most people in America aren't wealthy owners or corporations and are, in fact, average, everyday working people. Actually, wait a minute. This democratic socialism thing seems kind of cool. I should look into that, maybe. Like, this is the thing, right? Republicans are, time and time again, creating a permission structure for farther left candidates in the Democratic Party to flourish. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Here's AOC, someone who is widely, purportedly preparing to run for president right now.
I was just wondering, if Democrats win back the majority, how do and should Democrats claw back the money in OBBBA and reconciliation? What are your thoughts about that?
100%. I think that we need to figure out the way. If it's, there's 100 ways to skin a cat around here. So it could be through the literal clawback of those funds. It could be through the withholding of other appropriations to force them to spend down what's gone out. There's a lot of different ways to look at it, but we cannot allow this genuinely unacceptable and irresponsible deployment of resources with no accountability to become a new floor.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering
we gave ICE tens of billions of dollars and cut Medicaid by almost $1 trillion. We are deliberately putting people's lives in danger and denying them medical treatment, which in turn, of course, ratchets up the costs when those people inevitably go to urgent care and the emergency room. What is happening here is robbery. And when we're talking about the oh, we need to claw back money from ICE. Yeah, we need to abolish the entire organization of ICE because we gave them $70 billion while we're busy kicking people off of their healthcare plans. Well, while we're busy gutting our education systems, while we're busy cutting SNAP benefits and making sure people starve. It's disgusting. Of course we should do that. Oh, which would you rather have? Secret police roaming the streets and, killing people, killing your neighbors? Or would you rather have a functional public health system and education? It's a no-brainer. It's truly a no-brainer.
Never thought I would hear Comal County on your stream. My stomping grounds. The GOP HQ had arson. Comal County is like a MAGA mecca. I grew up there.
I mean, it's when we're talking about this shit, this is what attacking Democrats and folks on the left for sensible policy has become their main move. It's actually quite fascinating, and it's not working for them. The desperation is palpable. And I do want to say, it is also weakening folks like Gavin Newsom. It is weakening folks who are more moderate Dems, and I find that to be a very good thing. Look at this. Gavin Newsom was at one point considered a frontrunner for 2028, and now he is, Newsom appoints podcaster Scott Galloway to UC Board of Regents. He co-hosts a popular show with Kara Swisher. Cool. like, Gavin Newsom saw Donald Trump become the first podcaster president, podcaster in chief, and said, I'm going to become the Democrat podcaster in chief. And it's just like conservative light whenever you look at what he's talking about. It's truly weak and feckless when you actually look at his output. But now he's trying to appoint actual honest to God podcasters. Galloway has a channel with like, wait, is it like 250,000 subscribers or something? Like, it's not insubstantial. 300. Oh, wait, not 300,000. That's different. Scott Galloway. He is, by the way, like an entrepreneur. He does like the podcast circuit under the name The Prof G Pod. Trying to find the channel here. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. He has 800,000 subscribers. There we go. It's great. It's great stuff. Clearly qualified to be running.
I must be part of the No Child Left Behind of Trans Everyone campaign. Ha ha ha.
It's true. It's true. A lot of people don't understand that when George W. Bush launched the No Child Left Behind campaign, it was actually the original trans campaign. Also, thank you for the $20 super chat. Who's a whatsits? Appreciate you. And I guess I'm just kind of like, you know what? Conservatives, just keep doing what you're doing. You know? Like, keep doing what you're doing. Because it's working for the DSA. It's working for the rising tide of actual progressive leftism in America. And honestly, every single fuck up, every single message coming out of the GOP right now is making the DSA stronger by the day. And it will continue to do so because, frankly, conservatives are only capable of doing one thing, pressing one goddamn button. And that button is to double down on stealing from the poor to enrich the rich. That's it. That's the one move that they have. And they conceal it by doing bigotry, by shouting a slur before they push the button, so that everyone's distracted by the slur instead of by the button that steals from the poor to give to the rich. And like, kind of seems to me that every single time that happens, folks are starting to catch on that they're getting scammed by a bunch of racists and a bunch of bigots. And that trick isn't going to work anymore. But, maybe I'm wrong. Prove me wrong, Republicans, by continuing to press those goddamn buttons. And speaking of, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the Republican messaging strategy right now. And also, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved in your local political system, because that is where you can apply the most political leverage and have the most agency. So get involved locally. We can help you take those first steps. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG, reach for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. They have years of experience organizing within their respective organizations. They can help you do it too. So folks, get involved today. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie, and it's great. It's truly wonderful. So we just got a big restock. We have 2 new sizes. There's a new color. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going.
We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. I work 2 nursing jobs. I'm in school full time and I organize with DSA. I'm tired, boss. We're all fucking tired, for sure.
Republican says your lawyer, I am advising you to keep doing this.
Indeed, Antithes. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Yes, by the way, I do encourage conservatives to get more active in their local political systems as well, because guess what? The off-putting messaging of the GOP is only amplified by, your average run-of-the-mill conservatives becoming politically active. So by all means, radicalize folks in your community by opening your mouth. I encourage you. Please do so. Democracy is always a good thing. Indeed, indeed. Oof. We win, you lose, end of story. Exactly. Folks on the left are going to win. It's a matter of time. Whew. So, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks. This show brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click Go listen to somebody who lived through the Cultural Revolution in China talk about what happened. Useful idiots were executed after the left won. Good thing I'm not calling for a cultural revolution like what happened in China. And also good thing I'm virulently anti-authoritarian. I love people who can't escape the idea that folks that can't escape the idea of like licking boots. You know, conservatives tend to fall into this category where it's like, well, but I'm licking boots over here for capitalism, so clearly you must be licking boots over there for the other authoritarians in other countries. And it's just like, no, actually, I don't need to do that. Jack, you need some sun? Nah, I'm just white as fuck. Boo. Where's the don't like button? It's literally right next to the like button. It's literally right next to it's God, I even need to handhold you fuckers to like tell you how to dislike my show. Fuck. Man. I just like, you guys are like, we are the last bastion of democracy and freedom, and it's, how do I dislike your show? we will be the door, keeping out the hordes of leftist liberals. Now, is it a push or a pull? I don't know. I can't figure it out.
Fuck. What the what the fuck is an internet? That's the neat part. It's a sliding door. They aren't grown, are they? I mean, I assume, well, I shouldn't assume, I should not assume that the people in chat are grown. I tend to think that they're very young, but they're either very young or they're very old. I tend to think as it becomes later in the evening, it's the very young, but in the evening, like kind of right now and like the past few hours, that's kind of the realm of the olds, you know? I'm 42, knocking on death's door. I love you guys. The olds mobile? Yeah. They're mobiling around on Facebook and such. But like a lot of them wind up on YouTube Shorts because like it's short form content they can like watch and get upset at, you know? The U.S. Director of Education is Vince McMahon's wife, so we're cooked. I mean, I don't believe in ever being cooked, you know? And if we are cooked, we must uncook ourselves. Is 52 old? Nah. Honestly, like, I think I know people in like their 70s who aren't old. Like it's really I feel like oldness is just kind of like when you decide you're gonna be settled in your ways and like this is it. You're done. You're done evolving. I feel like that's kind of like when old sets in. You know? It's when you accept bitterness. That is very poetic, Sheepish T-Rex. I like it. One must imagine Sisyphus, but uncooked. You know what? Sisyphus did nothing wrong. Okay? Sisyphus did nothing wrong. People don't talk about it enough. Sisyphus was right, and I'm tired of pretending he wasn't. Alright? What was Sisyphus's crime, chat? For real? Yeah, Sisyphus's crime was that he told a minor river god that Zeus had, like, fucked his wife. And, like, then he also cheated death. That was his crime. His crime was he was too good at staying alive, and he was honest about a sexual assault performed by Zeus. And for that, he was punished for all eternity. Not the sissy fist! Unlike the Michigan fist. Zeus is a real piece of shit. He really, really was. I need to read more mythology. My only reference, pretty much, is Percy Jackson. Pick yourself up a copy of Edith Hamilton's mythology. It's really good. There's a lot of great info in there. Why does Zeus have to be an asshole? Well, because, like, he was the embodiment of, like, temperamental weather. So, weather do be asshole-ish. I want that Sissigan fist. Ugh, God. All right. Let's talk a little bit about Michigan. Speaking of,
I don't want the Michigan hand after your August primary. I want the Michigan fist. I want you all to unite. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. I want you to grab a sledgehammer and knock some stuff down. I want you to reach up and grab somebody and get them off the couch and get them on the field. We got points to put on the board. I want that Michigan fist. I want some unity. Unity is power. Our unity.
God, Cory Booker, man, is such a disappointment. Like, he's got his moments, but, like, he's such a sellout. He's such a sellout, man.
I don't want the Michigan hand after your August primary. I want the Michigan fist.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. But we are going to talk about Michigan now. So we're gonna was Cory Booker? Yeah, that was Cory Booker. We're going to talk about the Michigan Senate race, though. We're not going to be talking about Cory Booker. And I do want to say, Abdul El-Sayed absolutely killing it in Michigan.
I think I speak for all of us when I say that the experience in Michigan has been abnormally shitty over the last couple of months. We've had an outbreak of cyclosporiasis causing explosive diarrhea. And the air quality, well, it's also shitty. We've got an opportunity to think differently. If I was elected, I'd be the first ever public health official elected to the U.S. Senate. And I think we probably could use one of those right about now. Why? Because the FDA and the CDC should be there to make sure that lettuce doesn't cause you to sit on a toilet for most of your day. And because I don't take money from ExxonMobil and Chevron, the very same folks who've caused this situation where our air quality is now trash. So, y'all, I'm running for U.S. Senate because it just shouldn't be this shitty.
Like, God, talk about on-point messaging. Like, yeah, no, it shouldn't be this shitty. Life shouldn't be this hard. You know what? Government isn't supposed to just be an absence of suffering. It's supposed to be a tool that makes your life better. Like, I think a lot of people forget this, that, like, your elected representatives are elected to make your life better. And it doesn't have to be just, we elect people so that they can more subtly rob us. They can be, we elect people to make our lives better. Now, I do want to say, before we get too deep into this segment, that Abdul El-Sayed is also just an obnoxiously good guy. Like, he's just a good dude. He put this out over on Threads a few days ago. It's become impossible to ignore the way that people online make fun of my opponent for things that have nothing to do with her policies or politics. It's unkind and unhelpful. If you support me, please stop. Focus on the issues. Congresswoman Stevens has welcomed corporations and special interests to support her. She votes to send our money abroad while Michiganders struggle. She's bought by DTE, Blue Cross, Big Tech, and Big Pharma who pick our pockets. AIPAC, Trump-aligned billionaires and corporate PACs are spending $50 million plus to support her. Those are the issues. We don't need to be unkind, to be honest. Now, I do agree. We don't need to be unkind, to be honest. That being said, I'm going to do my best to not make fun of Haley Stevens in this segment. It's going to be very difficult. And I will do it. I'll see how this segment goes. It's going to be very difficult. You know, for reasons.
And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way. And you
Yes. That was a clip of Haley Stevens showing an admirable amount of enthusiasm for the civic process.
Admit it, Jack. Haley Stevens is really growing on you.
That was some weird shit.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. Her can-do attitude is really infectious. You're stronger than me. I am merely trying to abide by the terms put forward by Abdul El Sayed. But you know what? It's a lot easier when there aren't clips to react to of her. You know, let's focus on her policy stances, you know? Like, oh look, here's an article about her visiting an ICE facility. Michigan congresswomen get no answers on Baldwin ICE facility death during visit and tour. This is from February of earlier this year. Okay, you know, she's holding ICE accountable. That's great to see. Okay, let's see here.
I'm not being mean. I'm just being a New Yorker towards Haley Stevens more than I normally would to the average person laughing face.
Indeed, Cardstockcaster. Thank you for the $5 dono. What we were informed of is that there is still an ongoing review of his death, and yet a man is dead, and he died here in this ICE center, this ICE processing center, this detention center, Stevens told reporters following the facility visit to the privately owned detention center, which is currently working under a contract with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. What we were informed of is that there is still an ongoing review of his death, and yet a man is dead, and he died here in this ICE center, this ICE processing center, this detention center. Haley Stevens is very good at observing things. It's why she made the same observation multiple times in the span of one sentence. Yep. This is one of the hardest segments I've ever done. Thank you for the gifted sub, Shinjin TV. They have said that they need to get the full picture from his death report, and so what that was described to me as is an autopsy and a further analysis of what contributed to his death, Stevens added. I hope we get a full picture.
Okay guys, I can't keep up this fucking kayfabe. She said Israel comes to her in her dreams. She makes it so easy, guys.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
I hope we can get a full picture of the care and treatment that he was receiving here, and what biological causes or other factors contributed to his death.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you for your generosity, chatters. I just... Her habit of repeating the same observation 3 or 4 times in one sentence must be really useful for people who don't understand it the first couple of times. Shinjin TV, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. That is very, very generous of you. Thank you so, so much. All right. Let's take a look here. Stevens also seemed generally impressed with the staff during the visit and their treatment of detainees. I want to stress that this is a facility where a man was killed in their custody. Quote, of note, there is female leadership here, and there are women who walked with us today and explained on the intake process how important it is to treat people with humanity, Stevens said. And that obviously really stuck out to me, because some of the things we are witnessing before our eyes in our neighborhoods and our streets is really a lack of humanity. Now, this isn't a personal attack against Haley Stevens here that I'm about to do and engage in, but when you are impressed that a private prison that is incarcerating people indefinitely for the equivalent of a parking ticket infraction, you're impressed with how it's led by women? More women-led concentration camps. It's so clean. I am really struggling here, but I am going to continue to try and abide in kindness. Anyway.
Here's a woman lead idea, hear me out. If we play the Tudor song again, then we also have plausible deniability about what we're laughing at.
That's not a bad idea, but I can't subject people to that in a segment. That'd be unfair. Now, bad news on this front. New polling from last week indicates that Stevens is up by about 7% on Abdul El Sayed. After, McMorrow left the race, a Detroit news poll indicates that Stevens is miraculously still in the lead over Abdul El Sayed. So that means Michigan needs you. Michigan needs your fist. Michigan needs you to knock on doors, to phone bank, to get involved for Abdul El Sayed. All right? How is she in the lead? It's racism? Probably a not insubstantial factor. However, we need to go and win. And if you don't know where to start or go for a line into phone banking or door knocking for Abdul El Sayed, I believe there is an ongoing effort right now by Progressive Victory. There's a link down below in the description for them, where you can go get involved to do phone banking and door knocking, text banking, etc. for Abdul El Sayed. I encourage you all to take advantage of that, because you can do phone banking or text banking from anywhere in the country. You can get involved doing that shit. All right? We need more people to get involved in that way. So if you have spare time, you can do some good work with Progressive Victory, and do the work that needs to get done to get Abdul El Sayed elected to Senate. All right?
Michigan, August 4th. Vote.
Yes.
AbdulForSenate.com.
Yes. Because we're talking about this because it's roughly 2 weeks away. Less than 2 weeks, a week and a half away. All right? So it is vitally important that if you have time in the next couple weeks, that you volunteer, because this is going to come down to the wire. It is truly going to be a very close race. So we need as many people as we can to hit the ground, door knock, phone bank, etc. It makes a difference. Genuine question, does phone banking work? Yes, because functionally what it is reminding people when the election is, why it's important, and spurring turnout, right? Because not everyone has the election day on their calendar. Not everyone knows that they can vote in the primary. Not everyone knows that shit. And so what it actually really, really does matter, because most people in America are low information voters. If you are here, you are definitionally not a low information voter because you care enough about politics to come and watch a show about politics. Most people in America don't do that. They are completely or almost completely checked out, outside of what they might catch on like the local news or see in a local newspaper even, maybe, if they're lucky. So yeah, your goal when you're phone banking and door knocking is never, hey, I'm going to debate you into going out and voting for my candidate. Your goal is to simply inform people to make it more likely that they turn out. Because if you are reminding someone in a home of when an election is, that makes them more likely to turn out for the election, and it also makes their entire household more likely to turn out for the election. So it's not just the person you're talking to, it's also the people in that person's social network. And when you are doing phone banking or door knocking in particular, it shows people that it's important enough that folks are actually like out there spending their time to knock on doors, which people inherently understand is not a very fun thing to do and wouldn't be done unless it was actually important, right? So basically, your job is to remind folks and impress upon them that it's important for them to vote, right? And to, like, if they have questions about your candidate, to, like, give them more information about your candidate and why they're great. But it's never to debate somebody into voting for your candidate. Now, I do want to say, as we continue through all of this, oh God, Fortune.com, why aren't you? There we go. I do think that this is, I think that this is very funny. And I'm going to continue to not be mean about Haley Stevens to the best of my abilities. All right? No matter how hard it gets. I'm nervous, Jack. Phone banking is so scary. That's why you should do it with Progressive Victory. You can do it with chill folks who are, like, also learning. Guys, when Fortune.com writes an article titled, "Ask Her About Why AIPAC Spent $30 million on Her Michigan Senate Campaign, and She'll Talk for 800 Words About Anything Else." Guys, do you know how bad at this you have to be? How bad at messaging you have to be for Fortune, a publication dedicated to covering the rich and money, write an article about how dishonest you are and aren't forthcoming about getting money?
Have you sent a trans person $5 today? Pensive face emoji, folded hands emoji.
House of Souls, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. But let's like it is very interesting, to say the least. The Congresswoman has far less to say about the pro-Israel group that spent millions trying to get her elected.
If you're door knocking and a guy starts debating/ranting at you to waste your time, just say thank you for your time, I'll mark you and we won't come by again, then leave.
True, Brutus Magnuson. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Don't get bogged down with interactions that are going to, like, waste your time. Because time is valuable when you're knocking doors. Right? So I just thought it was very fascinating that Haley Stevens couldn't even get Fortune on her side. But I also think that this is kind of funny, right? Here is Fox News being big mad over Abdul El-Sayed. Socialist-backed Michigan Senate hopeful calls American politics a disease after professing love for United States. Abdul El-Sayed accused corporations, billionaires, and special interests of rigging American politics. And it's just like, what's crazy to me is that when Fox News covers him, you guys know that Fox News viewers and readers are going to just read that and be like, wait a minute, he's right. He's right, though! Because, like, average working Republicans don't like corporations and billionaires or special interests either. They don't like those things. People in America, by and large, fucking despise politics. It's why so many people are tuned out. Right? Like, what they're trying to do here is not sell Abdul El-Sayed. What they're trying to do is fearmonger about him, right? It's racism. He's socialist. And he's disloyal to America. He professes love for the United States, but then calls American politics a disease. And his name's Abdul. It's racism. They're trying to do like classic Bush era racism, right? Can we get the clip to play though?
But I'll tell you this, if I'm ICE, you damn well better believe I'm dangerous. If you're AIPAC, I'm dangerous. If you're Blue Cross Blue Shield, I'm dangerous. If you're DTE or consumers, you damn well better know I'm gonna be dangerous. If you're Chuck Schumer, trading politicians like trading cards, I'm dangerous. If you think you can control the people, I am dangerous.
Also, what's very dangerous is that he's yoked as hell and very conventionally attractive. And he's saying things that even most MAGA folks would be like, wait a minute, I don't like.
McDonald's is rolling out a new Caesar.
Shut up, McDonald's. I don't like Blue Cross Blue Shield either. They let my Mima die. You know, like dudes out here like winning over conservatives. Right? And I think that that's great. Now, we have one final hurdle. All right? One final hurdle in my commitment to not being mean to Haley Stevens for this segment. And that is that we do have one more video clip that we're going to go through. And it is the Michigan Matters appearance that has Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed on the issues. I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try my best. But god damn, is this hard. Anyway, let's dive in.
Hi, and welcome to Michigan Matters. You don't need me to tell you we have a red-hot U.S. Senate race going on in our state. Today we're going one-on-one with the two Democrats still in the race, Representative Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed, who are facing each other in Michigan's August 4th primary. Plus, the roundtable's waiting in the wings to talk about that race, the gubernatorial contest, and other things. If politics is your cup of tea, you've come to the right place. Let's get started.
If politics is your cup of tea, we've got a bunch of it. She pulls out just a gigantic jug of iced tea. God, it'd be so easy to make these, like... It would be so easy to make shows like this comedic bits.
From CBS Detroit, this is Michigan Matters with Carol Kane. Michigan Matters is brought to you in part by Cure Auto Insurance.
Between the fascists and you, I would rather the fascists. That's because you're a fascist, my friend. Go fuck yourself.
And we're joined by Abdul El-Sayed, who is a Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate, who hopes to win your vote in Michigan's August 4th primary. It's great to see you.
Honored to be here. Thank you.
It's been very busy since the last time I saw you up at Mackinac Island at the Chamber's Policy Conference.
Slightly different view, but yeah.
Well, this is an incredibly busy week for you. And let's talk about a couple things that happened this week. First of all, Mallory McMorial announced that she was suspending her race and pulling out.
Did she call her Mallory McMorial? Like... more like Mallory McMorial, you know, because her campaign is dead.
Were you surprised by her decision?
I mean, we were. She was running an extremely strong race. She looked like the candidate to beat just months before. I'll be honest.
It's me, Mallory McMorial. Mallory McMorial. Not to be confused with my evil twin, Mallory McMorial.
With you, I don't spend as much time.
I don't know why that I don't know why that killed me a lot.
Thinking about the horse race of it all, though, you know, there are a lot that she and I agreed on, some things that we disagreed on, but she made her case and fought a great campaign. I reached out to her. You know, I've been in the position where I've lost a primary before.
Also, he's just a swell guy. Like, he's just a good dude.
I know how that feels. And so a lot of what we're doing right now is reaching out to the people who she inspired to show them that so much of what she and I...
A fascist is designed as a fascist is defined as keeping America how it was founded. That's not what Donald Trump is doing. Like, come the fuck on. Also, the founding fathers wrote the foundational premises of our institutions to grow and evolve. They literally made it to grow and evolve. Deliberately. Because there would be new and interesting challenges to overcome in the future.
Agreed on is so much bigger than any of the things we disagreed on, and inviting them to join us.
And now that it's a two-horse race with you and Haley Stevens, and Mallory's no longer part of the equation, are you adjusting your campaign in any way, and your strategy in these last few weeks of the primary?
So I'll tell you this campaign has been more than a year in the making. We've been to 110 different cities, 450 public events. And across them, I have a simple message. I want money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. But the contrast couldn't be clearer. I'm somebody who's never taken a dime of corporate money to run a campaign. My opponent in this race is dripping with corporate money. All of the ads that you've seen in this race have been brought to you by a super PAC or another, mainly paid for by AIPAC. One of them literally...
By the way, it's the same here in Minnesota with, Angie Craig versus Peggy Flanagan. Angie Craig is entirely propped up by big money spent on political ads. Most of it from out of state, some of it from big within state donors, but like none of Angie Craig's support is organic whatsoever.
The goal is to send your tax dollars abroad to kill other people rather than to invest them here at home, to invest in us and our kids.
Let's talk, Doug. Let's move on here. You have a distinguished career in public service, but have yet to be victorious when your name's on a ballot. What's going to make it?
Did you know the ones allowed to vote in original America were landowners? It's true. And also, we have a constitution referred to repeatedly as a living document to be added to and grow over time. And we amended it a few times to rectify that mistake.
Different this time from your perspective?
Well, I've learned a lot, right? 8 years changes somebody. I've grown up, had kids, and I've got 2 kids and a mortgage now. My kids are 8 and 3, and they teach you a lot about patience. I've also realized that Michiganders are less interested in the critique.
God, I can't imagine how difficult it would be to run for office with a kid who's 8 and a kid who's 3 at the same time. Like, that's like juggling a family and a run for office is difficult, I imagine.
They're a lot more interested in the solution. So if you're somebody who wants your politics to work for you, if you're somebody who believes in unions, like the unions believe in me, the UAW, AFT,
Doc, I haven't passed any laws. I don't know what mistake you're referring to.
National Nurses United. If you're somebody who believes that we need to take on the oligarchs and the monopolies that force us to pay more for the stuff we got to buy, if you're somebody who believes that our money should be spent here on us and you believe that you deserve guaranteed health care, then this campaign is for you. But I'll also tell you that the mood has changed, right? 8 years on, people are just angrier. Things have gotten harder. It's harder to afford your groceries, harder to afford your rent, harder to afford to believe that you could ever afford a home, harder to believe in the school that you send your kid to. And I think in this moment, people are looking for something that does not look like...
Doc, there's nothing to agree or disagree on. You're just like kind of being a weird little guy. And that's your prerogative. You have the right to be a weird little guy if you want to be. But like, you aren't making any coherent points.
Business as usual.
Let's talk about a couple different issues. Data centers, very divisive. Some people say it's a great job, creator, and Michigan ought to be embracing more of them. Others say it's going to hurt the environment, cause people, to spend more, get money for energy and water and the such. Where do you stand, and where do you stand on regulating them?
There's a real worry about data centers. And
I do love that he's basically coming in and being like, people are right to be mad, people are right to be worried, and also... people are right to be scared for their communities because there are these massive corporations trying to encroach upon them and abuse them. And like, I like that he's a straight shooter, but he's also then like, we should have good things happen and not bad things, actually. I do appreciate a politician who's willing to go to bat for a set of principles that encourage good things to happen and not bad things.
You think about the AI that they're bringing in. I've been very clear about both regulating data centers and regulating AI. When it comes to data centers, we propose what we call terms of engagement. If they're going to come here, they've got to follow the following terms. Number one, do not increase our electrical rates. Number two, you need to improve our reliability. As we talk about folks literally living under 5 days of darkness now because DTE can't figure out how to keep the lights on. No touching our water. If you promise jobs, they better be good union jobs, and there needs to be a very
So you're in favor of regulating them?
I'm in favor of regulating, but it's also AI, right? We've got to be serious about...
that's a huge issue here, and I know we've got much more to say. I know viewers watching this are going to want to hear about more. Let's talk about one of the cornerstones of your campaign, Medicare for All. How are you going to do that? And what one thing can you quickly say where it's not going to drive up costs? How will that be funded?
Well, we're going to pay for it, but we're going to pay a lot less because we're not paying a CEO $18 million a year. We're not paying for that army of billers to figure out how to allow doctors and health insurance to crosstalk. And guess what? We're not going to pay for it in the form of $225 billion in medical debt, which is what we hold in this country right now. This will be cheaper, more durable, and without the pain or the worry about I can't see a doctor, which is too much of an issue for too many people in this country.
You represent the more progressive wing of the party, been endorsed by AOC and Bernie Sanders, UAW. Some people think after whoever wins in the primary, the Democrat left standing, taking on Mike Rogers at a progressive, is going to be a harder fight.
Yuck, tranny animal. I mean, like, the thing is, you guys come in and you try and drop these slurs, but you don't even have you don't even say it with your chest. You're like censoring yourself. It's weird. I get so much hate every time I do this show, but like, I don't know. I just kind of feel sorry for you guys. You guys waste your time doing this, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna go online and say slurs. It's just like, well, but you're not even saying the slur right. Like, y'all are just like, I don't know. Do a better job at being a bigot, I guess. Like, I shouldn't have to fix it for you. That just means I'm taking your gerb.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think the real fight is not between progressive or conservative or moderate. I think it's people who are locked out of our politics and the people doing the locking
It's true. Weak beta male bullshit from the bigots.
out. Michigan is a place where we went for Bernie Sanders, then Donald Trump, then Joe Biden, then Donald Trump again. And we know Michiganders, they're steady Eddie. It's just
they're just rage baiting. Yeah, but they can't make me mad.
That they keep going to the buffet and not finding what they want. So if they know that their opportunity to support somebody who's not
you gotta put your best bigot foot forward.
Off by a corporation who is actually trying to fight for them, I think they're going to choose that opportunity every day.
We're winding down here just real quickly. I'm going to give you 20 seconds.
Also, just I know. Oh God! I accidentally changed the transition. Okay, there we go. But the thing is, right? I'm taking a quick aside here from what we're actually here to talk about. But a lot of these folks come in here to try and make me feel bad, but you have no power over me, and it doesn't really work. However, I am interested in your arguments against like your argument about like why you think trans people shouldn't exist, or like your argument against like trans people, or like your argument for trans people being mentally ill or whatever, blah 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 blah. I'm interested in that. Like, I have a call-in debate show specifically for you guys, and yet every single time we do that call-in show, it's every Thursday, by the way, over on the line. Every single time, not a single one of you fuckers calls in. You know? It just kind of goes to show that, like, not only are you incapable of making me feel bad, you're also just woefully mentally inferior to me. And I'm sure that that makes you guys mad, but I also don't give a fuck if it makes you guys mad. Anyway, call in. The Line hosts the Transatlantic Call-In Show every Thursday, and I'm usually on maybe about half the time. So, do go and call in and make your best arguments, because other people can learn by your attempt to be clever, because you'll be mercilessly destroyed in a marketplace of ideas. So, yeah, there you have it, folks. If you are a transphobe and have strong opinions that you would like to test out in a more confrontational style, you can say your slurs to my face. But y'all don't do that, because you're cowards and you don't have arguments for your positions. Trans people just make you feel kind of icky, or maybe afraid that you might be attracted to a trans person. Like, I don't really know what it is. I'm not paid enough to be your therapists, but you guys should go to therapy. It would probably help you. Anyway, I'm going to keep on going.
Here to just tell people why they should vote for you. I'm going to give your opponent, we talked in the next segment, Haley Stevens, the same opportunity. You got 20 seconds here.
I'm the only candidate in this race who's never taken a dime of corporate money to run a campaign. I'm the only candidate who's standing up to guarantee you health care through Medicare for all, who understands that we have to abolish ICE, who's done work in the bowels of government in Detroit and Wayne County. If you want somebody who is a public servant fighting for you and not the corporations who are buying the campaign, not for AIPAC, who's buying their campaign, I hope that I can earn your support to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
Abdul El Sayed, thank you so much for joining us. This certainly is a race we're going to be watching all the way through here to the end here.
Appreciate you, Carol. Thank you.
Okay, and keep it right here. We're back with more Michigan Matters after this.
You know what? I don't know much about this lady.
No, thank you.
Okay, and keep it right here. We're back with more Michigan Matters after this.
But I like her. She's got gumption.
And welcome back to Michigan Matters. We're now joined by Congresswoman.
This is gonna be hard.
Amazon sucks. Brought a reflective jacket and it was delivered at 7 p.m. not 4 a.m.
Oh no. Hopefully that made it easier to find. It was reflecting the setting sun's rays. I don't know. I'm trying to be helpful. This is going to be really hard. Attack on Pony Productions, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Haley Stevens, who's hoping to secure your vote in the U.S. Senate Democratic primary taking place in just a few weeks. And my, oh my, what a campaign this has been. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Well, the big news coming out was a state representative.
Wait, he's a liar and radical left budding terrorist? Bitch, he's a doctor. What are you talking about? He like got a doctor degree so that he could help people. Like people like you, I want to emphasize. It's fucking weird. What, he wants to save lives? Disgusting. Radical left terrorist. Like, all right, I mean, I guess everyone's a radical left terrorist for wanting people to live and not to die.
Mallory McMurrow decided that she was dropping out, leaving the field of 3 down to 2. My question, were you surprised by her decision?
Look, I think Mallory McMurrow ran a very dedicated, engaged, and spirited race, and I respect her decision. And her supporters are welcome into my campaign. I really believe that together we can beat Mike Rogers, tell a story for Michigan, and push back.
But this is the thing. Together we can tell a story for Michigan. And it's just like, what? People don't want you to tell a fucking story for Michigan. They want you to make their lives better.
It was supposed to be here at 4 in the morning if I bought it in an hour. Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Attack on Pony Productions. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Cardstock Caster, thank you for the $5 dono.
What is he lying about? As not having enough insurance to cover the doctor visits for our explosive shit bacteria in our lettuce? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk off LMAO.
Hey, Cardstock Caster bringing some fire.
Back on some of these abuses of power that we see coming out of Washington right now.
How does her exiting the race impact you and how you'll approach the campaign in the last few weeks of this primary?
Well, look, I'm continuing to get out there to share my message and my story for Michigan. I was born here. My parents are small.
I'm a 35-year-old cis white man, so I can't talk shit on Haley Stevens, but can my fellow comrades agree that she's using her white woman privilege to fuck over Dr. Abdul? I mean, absolutely. Like, I gotta be completely honest with you guys. I'm not entirely sure what value proposition Haley Stevens is bringing to Michigan or Michiganders, because, like, I don't see her talking about, like, revolutionary policies that are going to make Michiganders' lives better. Like, honestly, I hear about the tens of millions of dollars that she's getting from special interest groups in order to get her elected. Which, to me, if I'm hearing more about the special interest groups trying to get her elected than her actual policies, it kind of tells me that she's working for the special interest groups and not the people of Michigan. And that, I think, is really bad, actually. And when we are trying to, like, talk about this particular race, it really does seem like Dr. Abdul El-Sayed comes with a bunch of specific critiques and specific policies that are going to help Michiganders in very specific ways. And Haley Stevens, meanwhile, is coming with largely vague, aspersions being cast at her opponent, and a huge, colossal war chest of, like, $70 million being spent on her behalf. And, like, to me, that's a pretty terrible argument in her favor. So I'm not exactly sure what is being brought to the table that is giving her an edge in this, other than people have more name recognition and know who she is more than Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Right? That's really all I can think of, because I haven't heard a single damn policy that anyone would like from Haley Stevens.
Business owners, and they taught me that value of hard work, and that's what motivated me to work on the U.S. Auto Rescue. This is what's always motivated me to tackle tough issues facing Michigan fight for us and win for us. And boy, do we need someone who wants to fight for us right now to lower costs, to lessen our dependence on China, and to create more of those good manufacturing jobs so people can live and achieve the American dream right here in Michigan.
People view governors and Congress people as politicians who can deliver, if you will, for citizens as far as resources from Washington. My question, you've been in Congress. Talk about real quickly what you've been able to bring back home from Michigan. And as a senator, what more impact could you have?
Well, my elixir for success as a congresswoman for Michigan's 11th district has always been working alongside local elected officials, our mayors, our township supervisors. I've gotten funding into White Lake, Michigan to revitalize their civic campus, monies to create the Livonia Senior Wellness Center, money in Pontiac for youth recreation, and that MLK bridge. And the reason why this is important is these are your tax dollars. And when I first ran for Congress, I noticed that our district was getting the short end of the stick. We weren't getting our fair share of federal tax dollars. As senator, I want to dial that up and take this elixir of success to all counties, to all government.
The elixir of success. It gives you +5 to your luck stat.
In Michigan and to all people, because there is such opportunity in Michigan, mid-Michigan, which is growing and ripe for manufacturing.
It boosts your item discovery by approximately 15% for the next hour.
Manufacturing expansion and investment, the incredible agricultural community. We want to get those goods sold. We not only want to tell our story, but we want to make sure that...
Have you seen her old videos that you can tell this shit is fake? Her accent? I have to be completely honest with you. The first thing that I notice when she talks is not her accent. But it doesn't surprise me that it's also an affect.
Those federal tax dollars that our small businesses pay, that our hardworking Michiganders pay, that they work for us. And that's also why, Carol, I feel so strongly about securing those earned benefits like Social Security and Medicare as well.
Right. And
like what I want to hear and what I would believe, right?
Can someone tell me WTF she's talking about?
She's talking about, like, I got money for Michigan. I got money for this project and that bridge. And I know how to work with local government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what she's saying. And she's trying to say, I have more experience than Abdul El-Sayed. And that's why people should vote for me. And the thing is, I think that this is not necessarily a very compelling point, right? It's just kind of like, remember what I did for you? Time for you to show up for me. And I would, like, she's talking about, we're going to bring back manufacturing. And it's just, well...
How do you feel about El-Sayed calling himself a doctor when he never did his residency?
I mean, he graduated from a school that literally has in its title for doctors and surgeons. And he is a doctor. Or rather, he is a doctor. He has his medical degree. But the issue was, can he legally call himself a physician? He graduated from a school that's literally called the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So, like, he's not a physician in, like, the legal sense, but in the colloquial sense of the word, yeah, he'd be considered one. So, I don't really feel like that's an issue at all to anyone who gives a shit about this. Number one. And number two, when we're talking about this particular aspect, bringing back manufacturing to Michigan, obviously the thing that's important about that is what kind of manufacturing. And when we're talking about this, I want to hear someone in the Democratic Party making a case for green manufacturing. Like, if we want to bring back manufacturing to America, we should be investing in manufacturing things like solar panels, wind turbines. We should be investing in manufacturing car batteries or, grid scale battery technology. Like, these are the things that we could, if we were actually serious about bringing back manufacturing jobs to not just Michigan, but to the entirety of like the American Midwest, we should be talking about building that kind of infrastructure because it's in the national interest for us to do so. And whenever I hear, oh, I'm going to bring back manufacturing, like that's never what someone like Haley Stevens is talking about. You know?
No, there's many issues here. One that's gained a lot of attention, could be a huge opportunity, huge detriment, depending on your point of view, data centers, depending on how you want to say it. Talked to CEO of DTE, Joy Harris, about this. We talked about the costs of these as they're ramping up, being paid by the data center company. However, a lot of consumers...
Why would they when it's cheaper to outsource? Well, one, because this is literally a case for where you might want to situationally apply tariffs, right? I think people forget this, but the reason you would typically use a tariff is not as like a geopolitical pawn, but rather because you want to protect a growing baby industry in your own country, right? So this would be a case where we'd want to have tariffs specifically around manufacturing in the Midwest for like whatever green energy component you want to use as an example. And then we'd foster an industry within the United States that is able to then scale up and deliver at lower prices. Right? So this is a case where like, oh, well, if you were interested in bringing back, having a green energy revolution, you would first have like a set of tariffs to protect that building up that industry, and eventually then you would drop those tariffs because our industry would be able to compete.
And communities are concerned long-term with costs and things like water. What's your quick view on data centers?
Look, I think we need to have honest conversations with the owners of these data centers about cutting a better deal for Michigan consumers. These bills that continue to go up and up and up, it is not working for us. And in fact, I just had a mom the other day tell me that at the end of the month, she's left with nothing.
What are your thoughts on Dr. Pepper? Great beverage, but also truly the embodiment of lying degeneracy because it didn't actually go to medical school.
I had another friend say they were at the grocery store and the person in front of them broke down because they couldn't pay their grocery bill. So we have got to lower costs, and I have the plan to do that. And that's one, by making sure that these utility companies, if they're raising rates, sorry, you're going to have to lose your federal funds. These data centers, if they're investing here in Michigan, they should be guaranteeing that no one pays more than a certain amount of money for their energy bill, for their water bill. I do a ton of work with the Great Lakes Water Authority. And man, I want to get them the monies, the federal monies to replace their pipes.
And we're running really short on time here. Real quickly here, you've been endorsed by Jennifer Granholm, Debbie Stabenow.
And this is kind of the play that a candidate like Haley Stevens makes. She drops the names of a bunch of different things that she's worked with or knows about tangentially, and is like, I want to get them the money to do that. Which is a great strategy because it makes her look far more connected to everything that is happening in Michigan. People are like, wait, I know that. Wait, that would maybe help me. Which is a good political tactic, but Abdul El Sayed is talking about even more fundamental issues for folks. Like, hey, people need to be able to go to the hospital. People need to be able to go to the doctor. People need to be able to, like, be paid a living wage. And when we're talking about, like, oh, let's get money for our water treatment, like, yeah, we need that too.
Dana Nessel, Emily's List. You've got a lot of
Brenda Lawrence, yes.
You got a whole list of people there. You and as your opponents called you, you're the establishment candidate. How do you see that playing out in August, given your candidate, your opponent rather, is and your opponent on the progressive side? Real quickly, we got about 10 seconds here.
Look, I've been effective. I've delivered for Michigan. All those people have fought for Michigan and won for Michigan. That's what this moment is about. That is what I've been consistent about on this campaign. Michigan knows me, trusts me, and knows I will work for them in the U.S. Senate.
You got 20 seconds here. You got 20 seconds to tell people why they should vote for you. 20 seconds. I'm going to time it here. Go.
Well, your vote is sacred, so get out and place it, but know that I would be humbled and honored to earn yours, to continue to tell our state's great story in the U.S. Senate, and to make sure that we are heard at every step of the way and that these abuses of power end.
Haley Stevens, thank you so much for joining us. We are certainly going to be paying close attention to this race as it plays out in August into November here. Again, thanks so much for joining us. And we're back with more Michigan Matters right after this.
Sorry, we Michiganders don't know that you will work for us when you keep saying things like Israel comes to me in my dreams. I mean, that's true, right? Do I hear the difference of her talking here?
Today's legislation before you. H.R. 676 would improve the ability of coastal communities to respond to
Holy shit, she does sound very different.
the challenges of acidification by including 2 representatives from Indian tribes. So important to say that. 2 representatives from Indian tribes, tribal organizations, and
Fascinating. I am curious about this panel discussion that's about to come up, so we're going to look at a little bit of that just because I want to know what Michigan Matters thought about these answers.
We're back with the roundtable's been waiting in the wings, watching closely as we welcome Susie Avery, former chair of the Michigan Republican Party, Marvin Beatty, Detroit champion, community activist and businessman, and making her debut is Lauren Gibbons, senior Capitol writer at the Bridge, Michigan. It's great to have you with us and great to have all of you with us.
It's great to have her here.
Yeah,
terrific.
Here we go. Well, my, oh my, this has been quite a week in politics here. Let's start where we started the show from. Let's talk about this U.S. Senate.
Can we just talk real quick? This guy looks so good in that suit. This guy looks so, like, he came dressed to the nines and everyone else kind of slacking a little bit.
Race. We're now down to the 2 candidates in the August 4th Democratic primary. Lauren, you cover politics. Mallory McMorrow announced she was dropping out. Who does that help between the 2 with Haley and Abdul?
You know, I've talked to a lot of people about this, getting their opinions, and I don't think we know just yet, although we did see some folks coming out of the wings who had previously been on the sidelines when it was a 3-person, now coming out endorsing. I think Emily's List, a very influential Democratic organization coming in support for Stevens, Attorney General.
God, can we talk about Emily's List for a second? It is wild to me how influential Emily's List still seems to be, despite the fact that, like, I gotta be honest, I have no idea who's behind it, or, like, how they make their decisions, or what an endorsement from Emily's List even means. But I do know that it is influential in Democratic circles. For the life of me, I have no idea why.
Dana Nessel, for example. So we did start seeing some Democrats who hadn't yet made a decision start making a decision. I think we'll continue to see that.
So when it comes to the voters who are going to support her, and just kind of looking at the selection here, you have almost now a battle royale.
Well, I mean, paradox freak, like Abdul El Sayed is a doctor. Like, he has a medical degree. He has a PhD. He is, honest to God, an actual doctor. Now, you can take issue with him calling himself a physician, something that you need a, like, specific license to call yourself. But I also think, given that he graduated from a college for physicians and surgeons, him calling himself that in a colloquial sense on a campaign trail, I find it to be pretty acceptable. He wasn't trying to pass himself off as a practicing physician, which I think is really what is the difference there. But he is, in every sense of the word, an actual doctor.
Between the traditional base of the party and also with the more progressive wing of it here. Marvin, you're obviously you've been supportive of Democratic candidates through the years here. How do you see that race?
Well, look, I mean, I think it's going to be a tight race, but I think it's important that people understand the dynamics of each one of these candidates. And when you look at Mr. Abdul and you ask yourself, what happened in 2024? He stood down throughout most of the campaign until he realized that I better be a Democrat and voted for Kamala. And the uncommitted people that followed him continued to stay uncommitted. They didn't change their program because he quietly went and voted. So I contend that
If you believe he is a doctor, how would you differentiate between he, who never did a residency, and an actual practicing doctor? Who is more of a doctor in that case?
Well, they're both doctors. But what you're talking about is the distinction between a practicing physician and somebody who is not licensed to be a physician. But he is a doctor, and he is a medical doctor. He's just not licensed to practice as a physician, which is a distinction that is important if you are looking into treating patients. It's not that important if you are calling yourself a physician in a colloquial sense because you are on the campaign trail. That's it. Like, you're really hung up on this semantic point, but like, someone isn't more or less of a doctor. They're both doctors. The difference might be more obvious if we apply it to lawyers, for example. If you pass the bar and like you're a lawyer, but some people are retired lawyers who don't practice law anymore, and other people are practicing lawyers. And there's a distinction there. One practices, the other doesn't. They're both still lawyers. Like, it's not rocket science here. A retired lawyer is not a lawyer. Yeah, and he's not a physician. That's the thing. They're both still certified. They both still pass the bar in the lawyer example, but one is a lawyer because they practice law and the other doesn't practice law anymore. But they could both technically call themselves lawyers. And in this similar sense, Abdul El Sayed doesn't practice medicine, so he's not a physician, but he's still a doctor. And like, he could go get a physician, like he could go become licensed as a physician because he has the qualifications to be one. But he's not trying to be one. He's trying to get elected to Senate.
That's fucking stupid. I don't know what to tell you when you can't wrap your head around the idea of like being a licensed professional versus having all the same qualifications as a licensed professional. Like I don't know. Like, I'm on the spectrum, and even I'm just like, whoa, bro, that's a little too pedantic even for me. That's crazy.
Probably the biggest concern that I have about this gentleman, because look, you can't be a leader only when you want to be.
Okay. Susie, you are obviously a card-carrying member of the Republican Party here, and we know Mike Rogers in this race is running uncontested.
It's absolutely pedantic. You're arguing over whether or not he's a doctor. He is a doctor. He has a medical degree. He has the thing that's literally called a doctorate that makes you a doctor. You're just butthurt that he's not like the right kind of doctor that you are like trying to argue he should or shouldn't be. That's pedantry on your part.
He's sitting there, I don't know if he's doing tea and bonbons, but...
as far as I'm concerned, he won that debate.
Yeah, he has a PhD and he has both kinds of doctorates.
I always like to talk about, especially what you're talking about.
Wait a minute, why on this show do they have the GOP party or former Michigan GOP party chair? Girl, what are you doing here? Susie Avery? More like Sussy Avery.
Especially
what
you're talking about, to quote badly Margaret Thatcher, that, the reason I don't like socialists is because eventually they run out of being able to spend other people's money. And so with that in mind...
That's literally the job of the government is to spend other people's money. That's what taxation is. Like what... The group that is running up the biggest deficits in American history right now is the GOP. Girl, what are you on?
I think the Democratic Socialists that have taken over so much of the...
You're talking as if Abdul has won this thing. Haley Stevens...
I'm not. I'm talking about that part of the party that was able to get the people out to their nominating convention, the early nominating convention, which basically were kids out of Ann Arbor who lined up and paid their $50 to become a Democrat in March. I mean, that's the backstory, but the story is...
Yes, because the former GOP chair in Michigan is really concerned with people being... dinos, Democrats in name only. She's very concerned, you see.
Is that he supposedly has this excitement. Whether or not he has that in August is another story.
Who is the strongest candidate to take on Mike Rogers in the fall campaign between those two?
We've seen a lot of polling that shows Haley Stevens polls better with independents, and independents are usually the deciding factor in these major races. That said, to your point, Susie, there has been a lot of momentum around progressive candidates around the country. I think Abdul al-Sayed is really trying to bank on some of that momentum.
Yeah. How important are debates? There was a Democratic Senate debate this week, and I know, Susie, you have run for office. How important are debates at this stage of the game?
Debates are pretty important, but also midterms traditionally, independents do not come out at midterms traditionally. Independents like general elections, and they especially like presidential elections. They're not really involved in this kind, but this is an interesting time to be in politics, especially for somebody who's covering it. For those of us who are still involved in it, it's very interesting to see how all this new stuff unfolds, because you can talk about the Tea Party and how they took over the right wing of the Republican Party.
Okay, also, can we just point out here when they're saying, well, Stevens has a better chance of winning, the recent polling indicates that Stevens has a 1.4% lead over Rogers to el-Sayed's 1.1 point lead over Rogers. They're functionally at the same level of electability compared to Rogers.
And now they're libertarians. Well, are the Democratic Socialists going to go on to serve with the Democratic Socialists that there already is a party set up? So it's going to be just, for us, it's fascinating.
They're both within the margin of error for the poll of 3.3%. The difference that exists between them is 0.3%.
I mean, just to see what's going to happen.
And I know that we have a lot more to say, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, talk a little bit more about this. We're going to talk about...
And yeah, that is the thing. Like, Stevens has the advantage among independents, but like the people who are more likely to turn up are the energized younger folks in the Democratic in the Democratic spaces who want Abdul El-Sayed, right? Like, the energy for Syed is bigger than it is for Stevens, right? So when we're talking about who's polling well or whatever, it's important to look at the like demographic breakdown, because I don't think that the younger folks who are excited about Abdul El-Sayed, I don't know that that excitement and willingness to turn out extends to Haley Stevens. And I think that that's a problem that isn't really accounted for in the polls. It is kind of accounted for by what that guy talked about in the middle, talking about how, oh, well, you know, the uncommitted movement, they didn't turn out for in the 2024 election. And if you do believe that, then you should also be able to wrap your head around the idea that Abdul El-Sayed has an in with a group of people who are fully capable of not turning out. So when it comes to question of electability, the question is, would Haley Stevens supporters, if Abdul El-Sayed won, turn out for Abdul El-Sayed? And if the answer is yes, then that means that Abdul El-Sayed definitionally has a much larger base of support than Stevens. But, you know, I don't know that they're going to talk about that.
Another major race going on, the gubernatorial. Keep it right here. And welcome back to Michigan Matters. We're talking with Susie Avery, Marvin Beatty, Lauren Gibbons, and talking about
Hey,
what
Peyton
else but
drinks
politics. Let's move over to another major race going on here, the gubernatorial contest. Wide open here. Let's talk about the Republican.
Okay, we're talking about the governor race? We don't need to know that. That's fine. This is about the Senate race. Also, are the younger folk likely to even answer the polling? Now, Coder Joe, this is a fascinating conundrum for pollsters because young folks are infamously difficult to poll because young people like don't answer their phones. They don't participate in online surveys, or to the extent that they do participate in online surveys, it's like in a disingenuous way that can skew results, right? And so young voters tend to be very underrepresented in polling, even for candidates that they ostensibly really, really like Abdul El-Sayed. So yeah. I also think that the argument that like uncommitted voters didn't turn out is massively overinflated, but to whatever extent people didn't turn out for Kamala Harris, it's because people weren't excited for Kamala Harris. Particularly younger people weren't excited about Kamala Harris by and large. And so I think we need to reckon with the fact that there is a cost to going with an establishment Democrat when it comes to voter turnout. And Abdul El-Sayed, I believe, has a firm edge if he manages to win the primary. But all this being said, I think we've come to the end of all this, and I do have to say, I did a very good job of adhering to Abdul El-Sayed's commitment to kindness. It was very hard, and I deserve a cookie. All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about my analysis or the Michigan race as a whole. And also, get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local DSA. Get involved today, folks. You can do it. I believe in you. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. We need folks to get involved on the local level because that is where building the movement actually happens. So get involved, folks. The primary is on August 4th.
Michigan. Vote. August 4th. AbdulForSenate.com.
Hell yes. Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And folks, if you are elsewhere in the country but you want to get involved doing door knocking or phone banking for Abdul El Sayed, there's a link down below as well for Progressive Victory. Go join up and you can do phone banking, door knocking, text banking, etc. in an effort to get Abdul El Sayed elected to Senate. We can make it happen, but it needs folks willing to do the work. And if you've got time in the next week and a half, it could mean the difference. This is going to be a very close primary. So, all that being said, you got do all the things, share this around, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfy, sexy, non-tucking lingerie, and we just got a new shipment. We got full up on everything, 2 new sizes, a new color. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. And Cardstockcaster, thank you for the $5 dono. And we'll end it on this.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future. And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future.
That's strange. Notice how unflappable I am and how I remain committed to Abdul El Sayed's commitment to kindness. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it.
I need someone with video editing skills to put this audio onto a Bobby Hill clip. Please chat, I need it.
Let's keep on going. It comes to her in her dreams. What an odd thing to say. What a very strange person. That was a really rough segment, chat. I don't know if I can remain that committed to kindness. That was hard. That was really difficult. The joke was on me. Is there any right-wing chudlings we can make fun of? Always. However, we need to talk about Iran. You guys ready? Well, communist country is a bit of a paradox, paradox freak. Which, according to your name, I don't know if that was intentional or not.
It's okay, Jack. You can have some vengeful rage, as a treat. Good girl.
Oh, thank you. Becky Dog, thank you for the £5. Appreciated. God.
I went full femme to work. A 70-year-old man said to me, "Hey there, sweet thing. I think I've just been creeped on by an old man for the very first time."
Indeed. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And yes, that is exactly what happened to you. of course, a communist country has never truly happened, blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, because communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So definitionally, a communist country can't happen. Which, as somebody who's been arguing in my chat for like the last 30 minutes about whether a doctor is a doctor or not, I feel like you should appreciate the semantic distinction of an ideology that is directly at odds with the existence of nation states. But yeah, I don't know. Is a doctor a doctor? Can a ideology that is explicitly against the formation of states be a state? Who can say? Um, you don't believe in a commie state, then that's fine. I mean, it's the definition, man. I don't know what to tell you. You were responding to me, actually. You added me in the chat. But, you know, you got gumption. I appreciate that. How much doctor could a doctor if a doctor could doctor doctors? That's probably applicable to like some kind of Doctor Who episode somewhere. All right. Just a reminder, folks, be excellent to one another. I'd appreciate it. God, we have so much to cover in so little time. We've actually been going for like 5 hours. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without your financial support, so do consider helping out. But in the meantime, click the goddamn button. No, Comrade Girl, that was just to everybody.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
There we go. All right. Let's talk about the shit hitting the fan in Iran. You guys ready? Because shit's about to pop off.
General.
Oh. Gotta reload these tabs, and then we'll be good to go. Do, 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 do. All right. Let's do this real quick. just see. Okay. Well, we jamming just a little bit. Fuck. Here we go, folks. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that everything with the Iran war is about to hit the fan. And I think you all should just be aware of what's going on specifically. But right before we get to that, we have some breaking news here, which is certainly not going to help things. As of about 20 minutes ago, hundreds of Israeli settlers have apparently stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Around 1,300 of them, in fact. And that's not good, actually. It is supposed to be that only around 150 are allowed in, and 150 Israelis are allowed in at any time. In large part because the Al-Aqsa Mosque is one of the holiest places to Islam. It is, I believe, like the second or third, I think third holiest place. It is considered incredibly sacred. And over 1,000 Israelis storming the compound in order to get inside is quite bad, actually. And this is undoubtedly going to be seen as a provocation to basically everything that is happening in Iran, everything that is happening in Gaza and the West Bank. This is just another huge, huge problem, right? And all of this is going to exacerbate political tensions in the region. And now we get to the shit hitting the fan on a grand scale. Global scale, even. Now, many of you will, if you've been keeping track of the coverage, I've been talking about the Bab al-Mandeb Strait for a while now, because Iran has been intimating that they have some kind of arrangement with the Houthis in Yemen around the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Now, Iran has locked down the Strait of Hormuz up here, and it is now becoming apparent that as part of the renewed hostilities between the United States and Iran, that Iran is impressing upon the Houthis the necessity of them shutting down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which effectively shuts down all traffic through the Suez Canal and would effectively be a second economic nuke going off, essentially. It's not good at all. And up until now, there has been a lot of talk around that, but it looks now like the Houthis are actually going to begin employing some form of blockade. Because as of about 5 hours ago, Saudi Arabia has confirmed attacks on ships in the Red Sea, trying to go through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. And the Houthis have claimed that they have attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers in the last day. And so what's happening now is preliminary, but if this does continue and there is a shutdown of the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, we're in really deep shit, because we've already been running low in America on the strategic oil reserve, and we don't have that much longer left with that. And if the United States, out of necessity,
is forced to curtail exports of oil to the rest of the world just so that, US oil prices are fine, the global economy is going to be teetering on the brink of collapse. And that is really fucking bad. So, that's where we're at right now. The shit seems to be in midair, about to hit that fan. And that would be globally, everyone is running low. Yeah, but the United States is one of the biggest oil producers on the planet. So the United States shutting down oil exports would be even more devastating to everybody else. And that's not even talking about the diesel prices, because a lot of what people don't really understand is that the ships that were let through during the ceasefire with the Strait of Hormuz were largely carrying non-diesel oil. And what that means is the reprieve that nations got when it came to oil was largely not related to trucking as a as a form of what their oil goes towards, right? So what that means is the United States is especially low on diesel, and diesel prices are kind of fucked for the near to medium term. And that in turn means that prices are going to be soaring much higher. And as is usual, like, the prices probably aren't going to rise overnight, but like a lot of those price increases are going to play out over the course of months. And it's quite bad here. So what would it actually be, an export ban? I thought the point of the oil reserve was to stabilize the price of oil by artificially increasing global supply, regardless of where the oil physically ends up. Well, the strategic oil reserve was specifically for domestic use. The oil reserve in the United States is not to stabilize the global economy. It's to stabilize the domestic economy so that, if there are disruptions to international oil lines, the American public has like a buffer period so that there's not just an instant collapse of like American infrastructure, right? But we've been using that, and it's fucking going up in smoke, We're going through it fast. And we've got situations already where Russia has cut off its exports because it needs its oil for domestic use at this point because of Ukrainian attacks deep in Russian territory. And so what we're seeing is a lot of the major exporters of oil are kind of hunkering down now. And that puts the international community and economy at large in a lot of danger. Right? So, I mean, when you've got CNN posting shit like this, a new front is opening in the Iran war, oil faces no way out. And yeah, because if the Houthis are successful with this blockade, and despite the fact that the international community, I believe, has been underestimating the Houthis in Yemen, people are starting to be like, hey, wait a minute, what if they can actually blockade the Bab el-Mandeb Strait? Yeah, they have the capacity to do this. They have short range and medium range arsenals that can hit oil tankers. So this is really, really bad news, right? And would effectively create a two-front war and bring Yemen well and truly into this, because you think that, the Houthis in Yemen do this and no other nation retaliates or goes to war against Yemen, you got another thing coming. And the problem is, that's kind of what the Houthis want. To remind you guys, the Houthis have basically been at war the entire time.
because they've been fighting groups backed by Saudi Arabia and the UAE within the Yemen civil war, from which the Houthis emerged as the dominant, most powerful faction. And they, like, basically, they are good at one thing, and it's fighting. And so, effectively, there's this idea here now that Donald Trump wants to try and end this war as quickly as possible. And that's where you're getting some reporting that, well, Trump's air war in Iran may be reaching its limits, and Trump's trying to put more pressure on Tehran, but the regime isn't budging so far, and there's no clear endgame for the war. And the buzz behind the scenes, according to the Washington Post here, is that, well, apparently Donald Trump is considering a switch into all-out war, which would possibly include a ground invasion. And that would go extraordinarily badly. It would be catastrophic. The U.S. is planning for a wider war, said one U.S. official familiar with internal administration discussions. Now, what that would look like is apparently, and this is according to Euronews here, Iran vows to bomb own land as fears grow over Kuwait incursion. Iranian MPs called for capturing U.S. soldiers, launching ground attacks on Kuwait and Bahrain as discussions grew over a possible ground operation by either side, and U.S. strikes entered their 10th consecutive day. This was a couple days ago, right? And what is, I think, very possible is Iran mobilizing ground troops to invade Kuwait and Bahrain. Because I think people forget this, because a lot of what has been happening so far has been the United States bombing the shit out of Iran and threatening to bomb civilian infrastructure, bridges, power plants, etc. But there hasn't been boots on the ground inside Iran. So what a lot of people forget is that the Iranian military is fucking huge. People don't seem to, in America, don't seem to be really reckoning with the fact that Iran has one of the largest standing militaries on the planet, you know? And that's just talking about its own, like, formal military. It also has, like, volunteer paramilitaries within Iran that are powerful and trained and willing to fight as well. So when we start talking about the Iranian military, I want you all to understand there's around 610,000 troops within Iran who are active troops. They have another almost 350 to 400,000 in reserves. And that's not counting paramilitaries. And when you start to look into a lot of this, it would make a whole lot of sense if Iran committed forces to invading Kuwait and Bahrain. Both are very squishy. Both have relied almost entirely for the United States as kind of an aegis of protection. And ground troops in Iran are largely not able to do much to counter an air war or a war that's playing out with missiles. So it would make sense for Iran to commit forces to do a ground invasion of Bahrain and Kuwait. This would be catastrophic on a global scale because both countries are integral to oil, natural gas, etc. supplies. And
What then you have to ask is like, okay, so then we have boots on the ground here. And I want to stress, this was a completely avoidable war. There's no reason for us to be fighting this war. No one was blockading the Strait of Hormuz prior to Donald Trump bombing the shit out of Iran. And we could still go back, maybe not anymore, but when there was a ceasefire, we could have still gone back to Iran not having control over the Strait of Hormuz. And yet, for Donald Trump, that wasn't good enough. So this is rapidly spiraling into a situation where we could have multiple countries being invaded, and the United States could be mobilizing for a much larger and prolonged war without the approval of Congress, without any legal reason for it to be happening. And this is going to be devastating economically on an international scale, but it's going to be immensely destabilizing. And who the fuck knows if the Houthis get involved and if Iran is invading Bahrain and Kuwait, where it goes from there could spiral out quite a bit wider across not just the region, but the world. And that is quite, that's quite bad, there's no real other way to say it here. But Iran, it's worth noting, is messaging out there, we want land invasion and boast decades of war prep. Now, that might read to a lot of folks, oh, well, they're being, they're beating their chests. They're not being serious about this. Iran is one gigantic natural fortress. It's considered the graveyard of empires for a reason, and they've been well aware of U.S. hostility since the United States overthrew their democracy, and they are not excited about a ground invasion, but they have been mobilizing their military for decades specifically for that eventuality. It's kind of like how North Korea has been mobilized the entire time to go to war against South Korea at a moment's notice. It's kind of like that. But, yeah. Now, the Iranian folks are saying, quote, or rather, this is Glenn Dyson, who is a political analyst. He said, the Americans are planning an invasion. I'm not saying it will necessarily happen. I'm not saying it will necessarily happen in the next few days, but they have plans for an invasion. Or rather, that wasn't Glenn Decent. That was an interview with Glenn Decent. This is Syed Mohammad Marandi, who's an Iranian American academic. And that is true. Like, the United States does have plans for an invasion. The United States, however, does have plans for an invasion of practically every country on Earth. Unironically. But Donald Trump is a crazy son of a bitch and might just commit U.S. forces to a ground invasion, which would very, 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 very likely have an incredibly high death toll. Like, even doing a boots on the ground invasion of Karg Island would be devastating to U.S. ground forces. And Karg Island is a relatively small target. It's truly, like, I don't think people get it. Like, I don't think like we've seen U.S. troops die in the numbers that could happen in a ground invasion since, like, the Korean War. You know? Like, we could be, like,
this has every hallmark of turning into like a prolonged quagmire if a ground invasion happens, but like the kind of prolonged quagmire that wasn't like Vietnam, where it's fighting against a bunch of folks who are doing hit and run tactics and surprise traps. It's going to be like it's going to be like the Korean War, where there were much higher casualties. Is Cuba safe? Fuck no. Like, in all of this, if the theater of war expands, if anything, it gives the Trump administration more cover to do something like, oh, we need to do an invasion of Cuba too because they're the enemies right at our gates. They might be working with Iran, haha. Like, if anything, it just gives them more of cover to do that insane shit, you know? In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if folks like Marco Rubio were actually like kind of salivating for a wider Iran war because it would allow them the opportunity to do just that. Anyway, here's John Ossoff questioning Pete Hegseth earlier today. And again, have to point out, John Ossoff has been catapulted into the consideration for the 2028 presidential election by the way he's been talking and comporting himself. So right now, I think his popularity is... I saw a recent poll that had, I think, Gavin Newsom, then John Ossoff, and then AOC. I think AOC was at like 15% support. Ossoff was at 18%. I think Gavin Newsom was at like maybe 21, 22%, if I'm recalling correctly. I don't have it in front of me. But here, let's dive into this.
Okay, and let me just begin by expressing on behalf of all Georgians our immense gratitude and admiration for the service members who are making tremendous sacrifices and conducting themselves with extraordinary selflessness and professionalism on behalf of the United States and our state's unified condolences and grief for the families of the 4 killed in action and our hope for a swift recovery for the nearly 100 wounded over the last 2 weeks. And thank you to you for your service to the nation. Mr. Hegseth, you're requesting roughly $68 billion for the department through this supplemental, correct?
67, yes.
And yesterday, your department stated publicly, quote, U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels.
I'm not impressed by John Ossoff. Well, that's because you're not a liberal. Liberals find him very impressive. They think he talks like a white Obama.
That was a press release from your department. Is that a broadly accurate characterization of ongoing operations?
That sounds broadly accurate, yes.
On day 14 of this conflict, Mr. Secretary, day 14, nearly 5 months ago, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. That was on day 14 of the war. Was that an accurate statement?
They didn't have a Navy any longer. It was completely sunk. Their missiles were buried underneath a lot of their underground facilities, and their defense industrial base has been almost completely destroyed. So as far as a military assessment of Iran's capabilities, it didn't mean by any stretch of the imagination absolute zero, but their capabilities
Mr. Secretary,
at the lowest level
you
they've been in
stated
a very
that
long time.
on day 14 of this conflict, in the second week of the conflict, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Was that an accurate statement? Yes or no?
Iran's ability to challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. You said on day 14 Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Yes or no? Was that an accurate statement?
What the American military has done to the Iranian military is a historic military defeat,
answer the
and
question
they're ineffective
under oath?
in that context.
3 weeks later, you declared victory. That was now nearly 4 months ago. 3 weeks after you'd already said Iran's military was destroyed and combat ineffective, you said, quote, Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. you said Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. And you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Were those accurate statements?
It certainly was, on behalf of the men and women in uniform, a historic military victory over Iran.
Had Iran's military been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come? That was a statement that you made 4 months ago.
They had 160 naval vessels
You need
in
to
the
answer
Blue
the
Water
questions,
Navy,
Mr.
and they're gone.
Secretary.
Their
You
Air
said-
Force
you
is
said 4 months
completely
ago-
combat
you
ineffective,
said
and they don't
4
have a
months
defense
ago-
industrial base.
Excuse
So
me, Mr.
describe to me a country
Secretary.
that doesn't have an Air Force, a Navy, or a defense industrial base, and
Mr.
I will describe to
Secretary-
you a country that does not have an effective
Mr.
military.
Secretary, you
It
stated-
can lob missiles.
Mr. Secretary, you stated
missiles,
4
but it's
months
not a
ago
combat-effective
that Iran's
military.
military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. Has Iran's military been, for the last 4 months, combat ineffective?
It's been set back not just years, but likely decades.
You
considering
stated
it
we had,
can't
quote,
build at the level it
It's been set back decades. They're still able to choke off the Strait of Hormuz, though, with no effective military, apparently, with a military decades set back. Well, like, it doesn't really matter if they're set back decades if they're able to throttle international shipping effectively.
before, not
you
even
stated
close. It
we
doesn't
had,
mean
quote,
it doesn't have capabilities.
Mr. Secretary, you stated
Did he try to say that missiles aren't combat effective? Yes.
we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Was that an accurate statement 4 months ago?
The main objective of this was to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Their main sites were
Was that the main objective? Because it seems like people are still very confused what the main objective actually was.
obliterated. We're watching over them, and we're holding that issue. If they don't give them up at the table, there's other ways we can take them
Early
away.
in the conflict
Iran will
on
never
day
have
3,
a nuclear
Mr.
weapon.
Secretary, early in the conflict, day 3, you said one of those core objectives was to, quote, destroy the missile threat, and as you restated on day 5, to, quote, obliterate Iran's missiles and drones. Those were clearly and repeatedly stated core objectives of the campaign, which 4 months ago you declared had been completed victoriously with every single objective achieved. Were those objectives achieved 4 months ago?
No one ever stated that every single missile was gone. Ultimately, combat ineffective means they're not able to dig them out of their UGFs and shoot
Had
at
the
us.
missile
What they were and are able to do that. Our own intelligence reports indicates that oftentimes following an airstrike, these silos are cleared out within like 30 minutes to like a handful of hours. Like, well, they'll have to dig them out. Okay, they've been doing that though. They've been doing that pretty effectively, and then continuing to launch missiles.
Doesn't mean they
been
don't have
defeated 4
underground
months
facilities
ago.
where they put missiles in them and hold on to them because they're the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. So we never expected they would stop having capabilities to shoot. The question is at scale against an opponent like the United States of America, which went toe-to-toe with them and Iran couldn't. And
You
cannot
stated on
handle it.
March 8th.
I mean, Iran clearly could handle it because they're still firing missiles right now. And in fact, if they continue to fire at the rate that they are going at and using drones at the rate they're using drones, they're going to burn through all of the US's remaining anti-air stock of missiles and interceptors. Like, this is catastrophic. Like, if we run out of that shit, our we do not have the capacity to replace them as fast as we've been using them. It will take years and years and years to rebuild up our interceptors, to intercept air missiles, or to intercept drones. And the argument here, like, they can't even handle it. Bitch, they're waging a long-term war of attrition, rather. Like, the second we're out of interceptors, our ships are sitting ducks.
8th, day 9 of the war, on 60 Minutes, you assured the American people of Iranian surrender. Does that remain your prediction?
Ultimately, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon to threaten the United States of America. That has
Idiots chanting death to America? Who are you talking to? I've never said death to America outside of quoting someone like you. Also, you'll pay $10 per gallon to keep rainbow lights off the White House? Are you willing to pay me $10 per day to not buy like a rainbow colored light to shine at the White House? Because for $10 per day, I'll happily not do that. But also I've got bad news for you about the spectrum of visible light that hits the White House every day.
Been the objective, and it remains so.
Go grab yourself a prism. You'll see what I mean.
So just to review, you will not answer whether your statement made on the 14th day of the war that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and made combat ineffective was a truthful statement to the American people as you sit here and ask for tens of billions more for the conflict.
Senator's time has
Had a
expired.
historic and effective military campaign against the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Won't
and will
answer the
ensure they
question.
never
Senator
get a
Peters.
nuclear weapon, Senator.
Like we are truly in like a fucked time period right now, because as all of this is happening, I want to remind you all, this is from about like a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago. Hegseth's study of women in combat is designed to reach one conclusion. So what is this about? This Mother Jones piece, I'll link in the chat here for you guys to read at your leisure, is essentially that Pete Hegseth has ordered a study done on the effectiveness of women in combat, and it is designed in such a way as to reach a conclusion that women are not fit to serve in combat roles, which would, of course, lead to women being kicked out of the military. And all of this happening on the verge of potentially going to full-scale war with Iran is just, like, that's stupid. It's so stupid. Yeah, let's diminish our fighting force by getting rid of volunteers. What time for the draft, baby? What's your objective here? To educate. And on top of that, we don't know how many people have died in the Iran war, which sounds insane, and yet Nick Terse here on this beat has been unable to get a clear answer on how many troops have been killed and injured in the Iran war, because the Pentagon is apparently covering that up. Cool stuff. Iran strikes caused dozens of casualties and the first deaths in action since the ceasefire collapse, a U.S. official said. See, crushing wave of attacks in Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, and Kuwait left U.S. forces in disarray, causing significant damage to facilities, dozens of injuries, and the first troops killed in action since a June ceasefire collapsed, according to a U.S. official. 3 Army soldiers were killed in a devastating ballistic missile attacks on Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, said the official, whom the Intercept is not naming because they were not authorized to speak publicly. And a second official confirmed that several died. At least 4 and as many as 10 troops were also injured in the attacks on Jordan, according to the first official. In northern Iraq, a U.S. service member was killed, another wounded on Saturday when an ordnance from a downed Iranian drone exploded. CENTCOM claimed the injuries occurred during a controlled detonation of the downed craft. The surge in deaths and injuries raised the U.S. Official casualty count to at least 446. U.S. casualties have increased by more than 15% since the first ceasefire between the United States and Iran. And the first official told the Intercept that recent attacks had wounded far more personnel than are reflected in the Pentagon's current casualty count. They did not provide numbers, but said dozens had received medical attention. Neither CENTCOM nor the Pentagon replied to numerous requests by the Intercept for information on the casualties, nor would either address the effort to cover up U.S. losses. And reporting by the Intercept previously found the Pentagon's official tally of the dead and wounded personnel is a gross undercount stemming from what one U.S. government official called a casualty cover-up. The Defense Casualty Analysis System, or DCAS, which tracks deceased, wounded, ill, or injured service members from Congress, or for Congress and the President, is missing hundreds of dead and wounded personnel. The official tally was also previously adjusted downward by 15 casualties without explanation, and for months the Pentagon has ignored requests by the Intercept for comment or clarification. So, just as an FYI, we aren't getting the accurate information out of the Pentagon regarding how many troops have died, how many troops have been injured, etc. We're already in the territory of the losses are apparently so bad and so politically damaging to this administration that the Pentagon is just refusing to report accurate information. And if nothing is done, this conflict is only going to escalate. There is, as far as I know right now, no foot on the brakes to like slow this down, to get us back to talks. And even if we could get back to talks with Iran, why would the Iranians believe any kind of US commitment? There's no reason. There's no reason for them to believe or put any trust in what America has to say. Donald Trump is the president that ripped up the JCPOA in the first place. The deal that prevented Iran from like engaging in the act of trying to get nuclear weapons. Like, Donald Trump unilaterally ripped that up back during his first term. And now the Pentagon is lying about casualties. They're lying about whether or not they'll do bombings. They're threatening to do war crimes on a daily basis. Donald Trump is threatening to bomb civilian power plants and bridges, which are, under the Geneva Conventions, war crimes. And not only that, like, we have committed ourselves to ostensibly peaceful negotiations, only to bomb them continuously while trying to negotiate with them and just seemingly expecting them to be okay with it, which they're not. Countries typically don't take it well when you bomb them during peace negotiations. Like, we literally threatened to kill their diplomatic delegation. Like, there's no reason for them to believe us, because none of the actions of the United States government under Donald Trump are things they can rely on, other than they can rely on being stabbed in the back when it comes to negotiations during peace. So, yeah, it's truly a situation where this is a scam. This is a scam to do war profiteering, to enrich Trump's family, which, by the way, they are profiting quite greatly off of this conflict. And also, it's just, again, lies upon lies upon lies upon lies in an effort to consolidate authoritarian power here in the United States. And Iran is a convenient punching bag, but it is one that is being consistently underestimated here, and it can do far, far, far more damage than it has yet done. And it kind of seems like the constant betrayals are edging them in the direction of doing far more damage rather than winding this thing down. So I want to say that, especially if the Bab el-Mandeb Strait closes, y'all should be expecting shit to hit the fan economically in a way that, like, people are going to notice here in the United States. Because some folks in Vertical Chat who are in their twilight years might be willing to pay $10 per gallon for gas. Massive industries that rely on shipping are not going to be okay doing that. Many of them may shut down or pause operations. And then that runs down to the food available in grocery stores. That runs down to the toilet paper being available on store shelves. And it runs down to everything being far more expensive for average Americans. And I want to point out that the average American right now can only absorb like a couple $100 before they're well and truly bankrupt. And there's not a lot of wiggle room economically for the most impoverished people here in the United States. And if prices jump up from what $10 a gallon would be Well, some boomers who are sitting on hordes of wealth might be fine, but there are going to be a lot of people who've got nothing else other than pitchforks and some torches, and shit's going to start popping off all over the place. So there's a lot of room it might seem right now that there's a lot of room between that point A and that point B, but once an economic crisis is well and truly underway, the distance between those 2 points shortens quite a bit. So just, stay safe out there, folks. And if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think in the comments about all this. And also, get involved locally. Get organized on a local level, okay? Because ultimately, that organization is going to be the engine that helps us fix everything that is currently getting fucked up. And the better organized you are, the better you can protect your community when that economic bomb goes off. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved. And if you don't know where to start, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and get involved, okay? Hey, Jack, quick question. I'm thinking about starting my own YouTube channel for the Dems in my state, and of course for Talarica. How many screens do you have in your setup? I have 3. One right here, and one right here. But you could probably do it with, 2. And all that being said, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And guess what? We got a whole new restock. We got 2 new sizes. We got a new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. When I was just getting started, I only had 2 screens. So it's not like 3 isn't the hard number by any means. And you make do with what you got. At one point, I was using a TV that I bought, like a small ass TV that I bought for my dorm room when I went off to college. It was like, $200 when I bought it. It was a shit TV, but it was a great computer monitor. Jack has an extra screen for those 748 Chrome tabs. It's true! I live by an airport. It's 2:50 a.m. here, and I hear military helicopters flying low over my house for the last 50 minutes. They're training. God. Having 3 screens makes it sound like a command center. I mean, it kind of is, Wait, don't say that. If you say that, they're gonna start thinking I'm like some kind of Antifa super soldier. I'm an Antifa super soldier with a command center. They're gonna start thinking that. You don't say that. I love how little China was affected by the fuel crisis. Well, yeah, because they've been supercharging their green energy industry, and they have electric trucks and electric cars now. So, if we had invested in electric technology and green energy and green trucking, we wouldn't be in this mess either. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. Or as big of a deal, I've streamed with 1 screen. It's not ideal, but it can be done. True, it depends on the kind of stream you're going for. My preview software takes up a lot of this screen, and I have 4 chats open, and that takes up most of this screen. If you're dealing with just 1 chat, you could have 1 chat open
on your main screen, and you could have like a little window to like look up stuff while you're chatting, but like having a little bit extra physical space spread out is really nice. All right. Anyway, folks, we've been going for almost 6 hours. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. This show's brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button.
Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership.
Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click
Hell yeah. Sean O, why do they only make wind turbines and not use them? Well, one, China doesn't only make wind turbines, but two, China is, I believe, the world leader when it comes to like wind power generation. Like they're actually like making the most wind turbines. Like they have the most powerful wind turbine technology on the planet, and they have many wind generators in their country. So like yeah, like they turn like the offshore wind power generators into also solar generators. That is incorrect. No, it's correct. Boo. Yeah. In 2024, 16% of their electricity was generated using wind. China has more wind and solar capacity than any other country in the world, with twice as much capacity under construction than the rest of the world combined. So, yeah, that is true. Also, they don't just make wind generators, they also make some of the most revolutionary battery technology in the world, which sucks because we should be doing that. The United States should be doing that. And yet, no. Like, saw this from Dr. Ben Miles puts like some of these discoveries together well. There we go. Which one was it here? This one? No. Yeah, here we go.
Chinese battery giant CATL just unveiled this, a lithium-ion electric vehicle battery that fully charges in just 12 minutes. For decades, the electric vehicle industry has been trying to match the rapid refueling of gasoline, but currently, the electrochemical process required for quick charging creates heat, expansion, and mechanical stress that produces microcracks and needle-like formations called dendrites that could preemptively drain the battery's lifespan or initiate catastrophic battery failure. To deliver these 12-minute charging times, engineers at CATL had to introduce 3 innovations to help overcome these problems. The first is a novel cathode coating that acts like a selective filter, allowing only lithium ions to pass through while blocking damaging reactions. They also added a self-healing additive that can automatically repair microcracks in the solid electrolyte layer, helping to make sure ions can move evenly across the interface. And finally, they developed a temperature-responsive separator that slows down ion transport in hotspots within the battery, which protects the delicate chemistry and hopefully prevents thermal runaway. This means that under standard conditions, CATL's 5C battery retains 80% capacity after 3,000 charging cycles, and this translates to approximately 1.5 million miles of driving or 60 trips around the planet, really amping up the current level of battery performance. If you like science that really goes to
Like, they've made some really fucking cool battery technology leaps, where if we'd been investing in that the entire time, we would have made them decades ago. Why not move to China? Because I like where I live now, and I want to make where I live now better. I don't know. Like, if you could make slightly more money living someplace else, but it's not your home, would, like, if you could make, $2 an hour more by moving to Germany, would you do it? Probably not. Most people wouldn't. Like, I want to make here better. Jack, do you sell your stuff on Amazon? Do I sell what stuff on Amazon? Like the Imogene Olivia stuff? Is that? No, that can only be bought on ImogeneOlivia.com. And I think that might be it at the moment. The Soviets gave us Tetris. I mean, the United States kind of stole Tetris from the guy who originally made Tetris. Don't move to Berlin, support your local Antifa. No worries, Ghost Countess. I just like what's always weird to me is that like conservatives like to be like, oh, move to another country, Fivehead, and it's just like, well, no, because I want to make here better. Like I like, it's crazy that these people who profess so much love for this country can't conceive of making it better. That's bizarre to me. Your voice is brilliant. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mike TMZ. Better is the enemy of good? No, it's not. Seeking to improve yourself is never bad. Like, truly, the death of curiosity is just embracing mediocrity and refusing to try and ever improve. Perfect is the enemy of good, but one should always be seeking to get better. Have you never learned anything from shonen battle anime? One might become good at something, but one should never just seek to, only be good at something. You should always seek to better yourself. Like, I think you only truly begin to die when you stop trying to improve.
We watch shoujo anime in this house. I just finished season 1 of Dress Up Darling. It's like the first television show I've been able to watch in a while. And it was really fucking good. I love watching a show where people are just like, I'm gonna try my best at this thing because I can. I like this activity. I want to become the best at it. I want to do the best I possibly can. And I fucking love that. Brent crude just hit $98 a barrel. Yeah, we're going over 100 again in short order. Especially after those attacks on the Saudi oil lines. Well, yeah, the thing is, when people are always say, why don't you move to a different country? It's because they want us gone, you know? That's it. Did you see this Japanese drama on Netflix called Atelier? It's about designing lingerie. Oh, I'll tell my partner about that. She'll love it. America's better than all other countries. And you know what? America can be even better than that. You always continue to improve. Like, even if I accepted that, like, even if you were like, America's the best country on earth, like, doesn't mean it can't get better. Should get better. I need to watch Witch Hat Atelier. I've heard it's really, really good. I want to be the best train operator, but I don't know if we compare ourselves really. But that's cool. Like, having a wanting to be better at that is genuinely cool. You should have a job where you're like seeking to be better and better and better, because like that's I think genuinely that's a really important quality to have in life. To be bettering yourself, to be bettering your craft, honing it, etc. I think it's just genuinely pro-human to do these things, you know? Recognizing its accomplishments rather than lamenting its shortcomings is exactly how societies fall. Well, yeah, except that there's a difference between lamenting shortcomings and recognizing problems and then seeking to fix them. Kind of like how there's a difference between weeping because your car just gave out on the side of the road and a repair technician looking at what went wrong and then starting to patch up the inside of your vehicle. You know? You have to recognize what's wrong before the repairs can be made. And what we're doing here is all about recognizing what can be improved and then building up the political resilience to go and fix it. Good night, Chicago Cubbies PCA. Get good sleep. You will rest to once again rise to go knock doors for Tallarico, I'm sure. Did I miss whatever this Dunning-Kruger device is? Oh, fuck. I need... If we weren't 6 hours into the show... We didn't get to the Dunning-Kruger device. But... You know, I'll give you a sneak peek. This is from a couple days ago. AI advice made people 3 times less accurate but twice as confident, researchers found. Willingness to say I know collapsed from 44% to 3% when AI was available. So, effectively, we've created a Dunning-Kruger device. AI is effectively a Dunning-Kruger machine, and the dumbest people alive are using it to become even dumber. So, guys, don't use AI. It makes you a moron. Quite literally. Please stop. If you've been using it, stop before it ruins you. What if we did Google searches, but every time you used it, you lost 1 point of intelligence? You only have 20. Good luck. It's not Dunning-Kruger, no, sadly. Critical thinking is going to be ruined for this generation. Counterpoint. Counterpoint. Smart people will continue to avoid AI, and they will be able to just kind of, I don't know, do whatever the fuck they want to improve society somewhat.
Such a good anime.
Story the Bard, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this?
Long ago, magic was a part of ordinary life.
Ah! Yeah, Witch Hat Atelier, let's go! I haven't even watched a trailer for it, because what really got me was the manga. I'm hoping that I can grab it for, I'm hoping I get gifted it for my birthday, because, like, it's genuinely gorgeous. It's so fucking, such a pretty set of books. Yeah. I want, like, a good example. Like, just look at this. Just, like, look at how evocative and alive that art is. It's so cool, dog. Like, I look at that illustration and I'm just like, well, this has the stamp of approval from Mother's Basement, and I can see with my eyes that this looks extraordinary. So I'm going in completely blind to see what I got, what I can get out of it, because it's so pretty. Smart people know how to use AI. Smart people don't use AI. Google unfortunately uses AI in every search now, doesn't it? You can add dash AI to the end of your searches, and it will remove the AI summary. Statistically, smart people who use AI stop being smart. That's also true. My other ex uses AI in his job. He says it's like working with a room full of drunk babies. I mean, that's basically it, yeah. Wait, did they block the dash AI trick? That sucks. Man, the crash of these AI data centers can't come soon enough. Which, by the way, is also happening sooner rather than later. Just as an FYI. None of these companies are making money, and all of them are missing their sales goals because all of them are saying, "Oh, by 2030 we'll have $100 billion in profit every year, haha!" And it's just like, no, you're not. No, you guys aren't even making like $1 billion in profit right now, and you're spending like $2 trillion to get the amount of money you're making right now. Like, fuck. These guys are burning untold amounts of wealth on the pipe dream of possibly creating, human beings, human-like intelligence that can be worked indefinitely. And, like, that's just not going to happen. Like, the technology is statistically and mathematically incapable of doing that. But dipshit investors don't know that, so they keep getting scammed out of their money by the people who keep spinning lies for them. They want Terminator. More than wanting Terminator, they want, like, a worker who will never get sick, who will never complain, who will never revolt, and who will work 24/7. Jack, they want slaves, but they want better slaves. That's the thing, right? They want slaves that will never get sick and die. Yeah, Slave 2.0. Goose was less than 0, indeed. But the problem is, all of the costs are so high that the second corporations that are like, "Oh, we're going to fire a third of our workforce and replace it with AI." The problem is, the AI actually costs way more than the workers ever would, right? Like, that's where we're at. We've effectively gotten to a point where, the cost is beginning to be passed along from these AI companies to the places that have fired their workers in an effort to, like, make some amount of money back. And it turns out you're more than willing to accept, small mistakes from an AI, or even big mistakes from an AI, if you're paying $0 for it, or a handful of dollars for it. If you're paying like $10,000 a year for, the equivalent of one worker, and it's making big and small mistakes on the regular, that turns into unacceptable output. People are okay with, mistakes being made by AI that's free. They aren't okay with AI that they had to pay thousands of dollars for making those same mistakes. Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
The IQ 10 RRE, ladies and gentlemen. What I would like to share with you is that robotics is very real. It scales across a wide variety of environments.
Quick, throw blankets over it. No one must see our shame.
And let us take a look at how we get this to recover. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the robotic reference design that we have introduced today.
Yeah, robots and AI, surely the future right now. Mm-hmm.
Powered by the RD. And thank you again very much for your...
Holy shit. It looks so much worse when they're like carrying it out underneath like a blanket, like it's a fucking dead body. It's so much worse. Also, King Bugs, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. And Shinjin TV, thank you for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. My god. Thank you. As you can see, it works 3 times better than any army men we have. Oh, God. I'm a wealthy person, millions, not billions, like only a quote, a few $1 million, but they are fucking all over. I'll be fine because I own land and shit. I want you all to be with me. Shinjin TV, thank you very much for supporting the show. I very, very, very much appreciate it. Thank you. And if you ever want to make your way over to YouTube or to the on-screen chat, riverboat.gg, just as an FYI, a higher percentage of donated subs and donos go to me over on the Riverboat site. Twitch takes, I think, like a 50% cut, as opposed to riverboat.gg, where it's like a 90% goes to me. But I appreciate the donos, and I appreciate your gumption. Appreciate you. Still haven't recovered from that bot fall. I still haven't recovered. Can we just real quick? Boxing robot. I'm sure many of you guys saw this. It was so good. God, where is it? Was it this one? I think it was this one. Ugh, this is an AP news report. I don't want that. Disgusting. Where is it? It had me laughing so fucking hard. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this, am I? That's so sad. Was it this one? I think it was this one. No, this wasn't it.
robots just keep fucking up. Just keep fucking up. It's great. Is it? Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one, I think. No, god damn it, I'm not finding it. This is so disappointing. This one?
This robot was...
No. It might have been this one. I mean, I find this like low key, like high key, very funny, low key, very terrifying. You know, like those people are standing around like, oh, the robot won't like try like run into us and try and punch us because the funny robot isn't like made to do that. And yet, that's fake. Nah, this is real. Like this is from like an ongoing set of boxing tournaments that have been held throughout China to do like punching and such. You know, they're putting together these like punch and shit tournaments. Do you know, we'll never stop being funny. There will never stop being humor. I'm an American. We have robots way better than this. You know, we need to make Pacific Rim robots. That, you know, hot take. We need to make mecha. Make America mecha again. Mama. I'm part of the Mama movement. Gender's a social construct. Mama, ooh. Pacific Rim robots are okay. Evangelion, though. Gender's by God. But God doesn't have gender. What about a Metal Gear? They're alright. They're not the best mecha out there, clearly. Jesus was man, therefore God has a gender, but Jesus and God are different and the same. Like the Trinity, like the Holy Spirit is also a thing, doesn't have a gender. Jesus is God, but also not God. That's the whole concept of the Holy Trinity. Well, but God the Father is not the same as Jesus the Son, and not the same as the Holy Spirit. Those are three different things, but they're all of the same substance. Fucking heretics coming in here not knowing their Trinity lore. King Bugs, thank you for the $10 super chat. Oh no, of course we have robots better than that. Those were toys made for children. I thought the Holy Trinity was Catholic, not strictly Christian. I mean, Catholicism is kind of the branch from which all those other things popped off. So, like, you could have Protestants that don't believe in the Trinity, but most Protestants, subscribe to Trinity. Triumvirate. Yeah. The Trinity is biblical, but God the Father does not have, the things that would typically denote maleness. Which is interesting, right? Like,
here's the Holy Trinity.
What what I find interesting is like a lot of folks who are being, trying to be offensive or whatever in chat, they talk about like, oh, well, you're a man or you're a woman because you have a vagina or you have dick and balls or because you have, XY chromosomes or what have you. But then it's suddenly like, well, God the Father is a man because. And it's just like, well, that's not actually true, really. Like God doesn't have a dick and balls. God the Father doesn't have like, an XY chromosome. God the Father is immaterial. Yeah, and so's gender. See? Look at you guys go. Hey, Enemy Charlie. I love Trinity Matrix. Welcome, Raiders. We're just having a little relaxed time. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Ripperbutt Jack. Talk about the news and politics, and we're in the process of winding down, but I'm hanging out here, and we've got a YouTube vertical chat open, talking with some well-meaning conservative types, I assume, and we're engaged in some theology. Where is the Filipino tube located in a trans woman? Well, I assume somewhere in the Philippines. Guys, unironically, I love you guys. I think you're so fucking funny. Like, transphobes are some of the funniest people on the planet. I know this might be a hot take. Deeply, deeply funny. Like, you guys don't mean to be, of course, but like, you are nonetheless. And that it's almost like watching have you guys ever seen Troll 2? It's a very classic film. you guys should check it out sometime. Grab a few of your buddies, get some beers. Uh, you know, I don't know. Are conservatives drinking? Was it Budweiser again? What was the one you guys were like shattering on the ground in rage? Was it Bud Light? Yeah, if you guys aren't, grab some Buds and some Bud Light and like get a little bit toasted and watch Troll 2. It'll be some of the best movie experience you've ever had. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. Not intentionally though, because it was made by a dentist who happened to have a lot of money, and none of the people in it know how to act, and nothing in the movie is about trolls. It's about goblins, and it's genuinely great. Y'all should go see it. It's one of the best movies ever made. Not on purpose though. You'll never be a woman because you're trying to make up for a fake one? What fake woman am I trying to make up? Is it Cynthia Thunderbuns? Made her up a long time ago for AO3.
Every time conservative opens their mouth, I somehow became more socialist.
It's true. You guys don't know it, but I'm using you to radicalize the hundreds of other people who are watching. Liz Galahad, thank you for the $5 super chat. Is it right for a trans woman to fight a regular woman in boxing? Wait, so is it right for a woman to fight a woman in women's boxing? Yeah. What would be wrong with that? Would it be right for a tall woman to fight a short woman in boxing? I mean, I guess. If the short woman is willing to put up with the arm reach disadvantage. Also, fun fact. So there was a systematic study done, most comprehensive meta-analysis in recent years of the body composition and physical fitness in transgender versus cisgender individuals. And it took into account over 50 studies and found that there was no meaningful difference between the athletic ability of trans women and cis women. And that most of what is attributed to differences is actually that trans women tend to be a bit taller than cis women. Uh-oh. And last I checked, they do allow the Chinese women's volleyball team and the, Swedish women's volleyball team to compete against each other, despite the fact that statistically the Swedish volleyball team is a bit taller than the Chinese volleyball team. But they are still allowed to compete against each other. So, In China? No, in the Olympics. So trans women winning chess tournaments is fair? True. They're still all women? Exactly. Now you're getting it. You know what they also do in China? Kill you for talking against the government? Well, yeah, that's why I oppose authoritarianism. But also, our current government is strangely trying to do very similar things here. But, for now, I have the freedom to criticize and talk as I see fit, and I think that's wonderful. You think it's appropriate to go into women's spaces as a man? Well, I don't know what it would be like to go into women's spaces as a man. So I don't know what you're talking about. But I do go into women's spaces as a woman. Because that is what I am. Well, so Shinjin TV, the study that I just brought up actually shows that when you actually have trans women, even if they transitioned later in life, after about 1 to 2 years on HRT, the physical differences even out. So, like, it's actually scientifically, this is from the, again, the British Journal of Sports Medicine. It's actually, like, there isn't an unfair advantage. Why even do this to yourself? Do what to myself? Talk to people who are virulently hateful? Because I hope that some of them might not be someday. But you're not and will never be. But I am. Like, this is I understand this is a big problem for you, but I am. You're just flat wrong, indeed. Can I get the link? Absolutely. Here you go. Yeah, also, people who transition later in life are not likely to be in professional sports. This is actually one of the big problems with studying pro athletes when it comes to trans people. It's just that there aren't that many trans people in like higher levels of sport attainment because of, you know, intense and persistent bigotry. Bro, I'd disown my own son if he pulls shit like this. Well, that's because you'd be a terrible dad. Like, that's your prerogative, but like the fact that you have, you know, the fact that you have limitations on the amount of love you would have for your child, that's a failure on your part. Don't have kids until you can love your children unconditionally. Also, if you guys do actually have arguments you want to put forward in a meaningful way, I'm part of a network called The Line, and I participate in a show called the Transatlantic Call-In Show, where you can call in and debate two trans people, about half of the time being me, one of them. And you can put forward your best arguments. And so far, after months and months of doing this show, not a single compelling argument has been offered by the likes of you folks. So I do encourage you guys, if you have like an actual argument, call in to the Transatlantic Call-In Show. It's over on the YouTube channel The Line. And it goes live 2 p.m. Central Time on Thursdays. So, yeah. You guys can do that if you'd like. You should call it the Swinging Deck Chicken Show? Why? What an odd thing to say. You're welcome, Shinjin TV. I love your face. Thank you, Bear Rex. I like your attitude. Link I shared is about a rugby team with trans athletes. Oh, hell yeah, Porcelain Giant. Links can't be shared outside of mods in Twitch chat because we got too many bad faith actors taking advantage of link sharing. If they follow the sporting rules outlined by the institutions involved, such as weight class, no drug use, etc., why are conservatives always trying to make politics override the experts involved with such details? Just leave sports and healthcare to the professionals. Indeed. Yeah, seems pretty straightforward, but... You're a guy? I am? Shit, guys, I have to transition? You know, what's wild is that the only people who are trying to get me to transition are conservatives.
It's wild. Yeah, Twitch has been very well behaved recently. Twitch used to be the gutter chat, but Twitch has been like, you guys have been real ones. You guys have been great. Your dad is so ashamed. No, my dad's scared of people like you guys trying to hurt me, actually. Not ashamed, just worried. What's interesting to me is that a lot of folks like these guys instantly go towards like thinking about sex and like trying to like see my genitals or like trying to imagine situations in which I got like sexually assaulted as a child. And again, that says way more about these types of people and what the kind of folks transphobes are than it does about me. You know, the fact that your guys' heads are filled with like genitals and like sexual abuse of children, that's reflective of you guys. And, you know, I think that's far more of an indictment on your guys' character. Insecurity, self-hatred, fear, etc. Transphobia is a mental illness. It truly is. Friend of the show, Sake Tanuki, keeps saying that it should be added to the, you know, DSM, DSM 6. Honestly, I do think it's true. Like, I think transphobia should be added as a mental illness. They go out of their way to find live streams. Well, yeah, because they need to get their daily hate in. If they don't get their daily hate, they might suddenly start, you know, viewing trans people as human beings, and that'd be really inconvenient for their ideology. Anime sidekick gal, yes, we are gonna get Rudyard. Just not tonight, sadly. Too much has been happening. Your dad sounds like a great guy. Nah, he's not, actually. Like, he's worried about me in, like, a transphobic way, you know? But, yeah. You're on the algorithm? Yeah! Because you guys seek out trans content all the time, so I show up in your algorithms. And then I show up in cool leftist algorithms, too. But, like, you guys focus on trans people so much that, like, I show up in your algorithm, despite the fact that I'm not that big of a deal. Males have one X chromosome and one Y. Except for God, the ultimate male, who has no chromosomes. Fascists need an enemy? It's true. And unfortunately for them, I'm rather mentally formidable. So he's disappointed in you? No, he's not disappointed in me. He's worried about me, again, because of people like you. Shinjin TV, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciate it. It's called mutation, stuff that's not supposed to happen in birth defects. Oh, okay. So God of the universe is full of birth mutations for having no chromosomes. Gotcha. The algorithm is personalized, so they're actively searching for this? Absolutely. Of course they are. Every transphobe is like a weird freak obsessed with trans people. Every single transphobe thinks about trans people exponentially more than the average trans person does. Like, I don't think I talked about being trans one time in today's show until these people started coming in and wanting to, like, talk about it, which is fine. I like talking about the topic, but, you know, they're the ones bringing it up. True. It's kind of a chaser situation, really. And whether it's sexual or not, I don't care to know. Yo, CR Rent, thank you for the $50 super chat.
Hello, Jack. Sorry to miss the stream. I was finishing up a commission. My third so far, and I'm beginning to really feel like an artist.
Hell yeah!
And I wanted to share the love.
I'm so proud of you. You've been working really hard. Thank you so much. You guys are genuinely sad because you'll never be able to have the right chromosomes. I've actually never tested my chromosomes, so I have no idea what they are. Most people, in fact, have never tested their chromosomes, and I don't think most people are sad about their chromosomes ever, actually. Shinjin TV, thank you for the 20 tier 1 subs. Everyone's gonna be subbed to Riverboat Jack over on Twitch. Let's go! Let's go! Males are born with different chromosomes than women. It's science. You learned it in high school. Yeah, but I've never tested my chromosomes. Have you ever tested your chromosomes? Most people haven't. Most people just make an assumption, and assumptions, you know what they say about them? They make an ass out of you and me. And I'm just refusing to make an assumption. They think they're so smart with their middle school understanding of biology. Indeed. I really wish, guys, like, the reason I'm talking to you guys is because I'm sincerely wishing that you guys would call into the Transatlantic Call-In Show, because so many of you guys talk a big game, and you talk so big and so confidently when it's just like sitting behind a keyboard or like just trying to be mean and like trying to hurt my feelings. And then like suddenly when it comes to actually sitting down to like debate you guys, you evaporate into the ether. Not a single goddamn one of you wants to call in. And it's because your arguments are bad. And you know that your arguments are bad. They're simplistic, they're childlike, and frankly, they're very easily dismantled. I enjoy doing it because like I just enjoy that kind of mental puzzle. But like, you guys aren't good at this, and you know it. It's why you like sit there and like try and snipe with like pithy comments. But many of you don't even rise to the level of pithy. You're just kind of iffy. Cowards will never dare call in. They never do, you know? You can't change your DNA. Do you know what your DNA is? Do you actually know what the DNA is of like anyone you meet on a daily basis? You can't change your baby pictures? What? Why would I want to change my baby pictures? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, do you look at baby pictures and you're like, looking for like genitals or something? Like, what the fuck? Go on a DNA test, it will confirm that you're male. Yeah, but I don't care about what my DNA is. You guys are the ones who are obsessed with DNA, and you say it's like determinative of what your gender is. But not a single goddamn one of you ever tests your own DNA to see what your chromosomes are. And I guarantee you it's far more likely, it's as likely that as the number of people who have red hair, that one of you has like some kind of like intersex condition. And I guarantee you, if you guys found out you had like some kind of intersex condition, it wouldn't suddenly change your gender identity because the rules are different for you. Not a single goddamn one of you is consistent on this ever. Man face, man body. I don't know. Y'all are fucking delusional.
I know that people are mean, but from my biblical research, I think Jesus would have loved to hang out with you.
It's true.
Keep up the good fight like he would have if he was still on Earth less than 3.
I mean, I think Jesus would have washed my feet. I don't think these guys would because they're losers, but, I think Jesus would have been chill. Yeah, chimerism is a thing. There's a lot of different things that can happen with DNA. Intersex doesn't exist? What are you talking about? There's absolutely intersex conditions. I'm like, you guys are fascinating. You can't have a kid right now? I absolutely can. What are you talking about, dog?
What? Guys, I know I shouldn't be indulging this, but genuinely, you guys are fucking funny as hell. Transphobes, like I know I know I'm engaging in ableism right now by like talking with you guys, but like and laughing at you, but like genuinely, you guys are so fucking funny. God, you guys are so funny.
This convo just raises a question. Does Thomas the Tank Engine have chromosomes?
Yeah, guys, does Thomas the Tank Engine have chromosomes? Wait, transphobes in chat, does Thomas the Tank Engine have chromosomes? I just need to know. Oh yeah, Jesus would love to hang out with me and force masculinize me. That's what Jesus was all about, for sure. Jesus was all about that force femme and force mask, conversion. No, he's a fictional character? Then how do you know Thomas the Tank Engine is a boy? How do you know Thomas the Tank Engine is a boy train if he has no chromosomes? How do you know if Thomas the Tank Engine is a boy if he doesn't have chromosomes? How come you can't get pregnant? Because I'm infertile that way? I don't know. How come you can't get pregnant? I thought you were a girl. Because lots of women can't get pregnant. What are you talking about? Because he's made of steel. Okay, so then clearly gender isn't related to chromosomes, is it? If Thomas the Tank Engine is a boy and a fucking goddamn train, it's clearly not chromosomes that make someone a boy. God. Fuck. We're laughing at you, not with you. I know you're trying to laugh at me, but I guarantee you the hundreds of people that are watching me laugh at you are also laughing at you as well. Is there any cell in your body that wouldn't test as male? I genuinely have no idea because I've never tested my DNA. And there are any number of conditions that would result in different parts of your body having different chromosomes. You're trans? What an astute observation from somebody who's been in chat for like an hour. Oh, fuck. God, you guys are so fucking funny. Becky Dog, thank you for being a member. Appreciate you. God. When a crime has happened, they look specifically for chromosomes to determine the sex of the victim. Yeah, but sex and gender aren't the same thing. Which is what I just illuminated for you with the Thomas the Tank Engine example. Because you don't think Thomas the Tank Engine has chromosomes? You don't think Thomas the Tank Engine has a goddamn train penis, do you? God. Y'all are silly as hell. They're ignoring me, bro? Yeah, because they're fucking brain melted, you know? Thomas the Tank Engine has choo-choomosomes. I love it. I love it. Shinji TV, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs over on Twitch. God, left, rights. Well, Raiders, I hope you're enjoying this. This is not something I often engage in, but this is very funny. It has kept me occupied for almost an hour. We're silly, but you're lost and dumb. I'm actually very intelligent and know exactly where I am. When a crime has been committed, they look at bones in dental records. No, they just look at dental records because your teeth are relatively consistently identifiable.
Wait, how can a cell be male? Do they have genitals?
Yes, the genitals are located right next to the chromosomes. If you look with a powerful enough microscope, you'll see a tiny little cell penis or a tiny little cell vagina. And then when those cells love another cell very much, they make a little cell baby. That's how microbiology works. I'm teaching chat wrong as a joke. The more you nerd. Transgenderism is one of 8 genders in the Jewish Talmud. Disgusting. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of that. You will be in a male facility? Wait, it's a male facility? Now facilities are male? How can you tell if it's a male facility or a female facility? Does the facility have chromosomes? Does the facility have a giant, architectural penis and or vagina? Wait a minute. I think you guys are going off on the deep end here. They're always bricked up. Eddie. Ships are female. It's true. Where the shimpussy at? Where's the ship pussy? You're making no points, just making yourself sound dumber. I mean, the point I'm making is having a very good time making fun of the things you guys say, because y'all say the darndest things. But yeah, is Bodie McBoatface a boy or a girl boat? Ships look like tacos, so there's that. You know, I don't really like that you said that, but I can't argue with the logic. Can I commit war crimes? No. Oh, fuck. I'm being obnoxious. Please forgive me. No, like, honestly, I thought you made a good point, Bear Rex. Also, is your username a reference to Rex the Krogan from Mass Effect? Being like a bear? Or am I just completely off base with that one? Now I'm just a king? Hell yeah. Go off, king. Yeah, this is an anti-war crime chat. I know that might seem like an extreme line, but, we gotta draw it somewhere. Don't tempt me with a good time with bears. Rex is so cool. I loved Rex. Oh, fuck. Where are all the transphobes? I think they just left because we were laughing at them too much. You're trying to compare real life to non-fictional characters? Do you know what non-fiction is? Oh, fuck. I love transphobes. They're very fucking funny.
This is just sad. Unironically, part of the reason I don't do this is because it's just kind of like a fish in the barrel moment. Hey, Eddie, same brain cell, same brain cell. The transphobes spoke up, we just slapped back. Honestly, we didn't even really slap back. It was just responding to them and like having a laugh. Ugh, fuck. When this guy walks into a grocery store, I'm sure people know who this is. I mean, yeah, that's true, but it's because I walk in and I'm a hot lady. Like I get like I literally see people do double takes. And then sometimes try and hit on me. So, I don't know. Y'all are silly. What the fuck is Filipino tube? He was trying to say I forgot. He was trying to say fallopian tubes, but said Filipino tubes. Oh, fuck. Fuck, it was funny. Also, just the transphobes coming in being like, it's a man dressed like a lady. I'm literally wearing a men's blazer. I don't know what you guys want from me. I'm wearing a men's blazer that I bought at, at the thrift store. And honestly, I'm wearing men's sweatpants as well right now. Like, y'all are just looking at me saying that I'm trying to dress like a lady because I'm hot. Like, I don't know. Transphobes are so fucking weird. They're so fucking weird. Yeah, the female presenting sweatpants. Where do you think the Filipinos come from? They come from the Filipino tubes. Wait, Jack, wait, your pants has male genitals? I mean, no. Oh, fuck. What a silly stream. We've just been like chilling for like an hour. You look adorable. Thank you. You know, I was trying to go for like game show presenter / sexy lady, and I think I kind of nailed it. Fuck. Chilling is nice. It really is, isn't it? Fuck. All right. It looks like the transphobes have turned in for the night. I guess they got tired of being laughed at. The top bra thing is fire. Thank you. It's from Honey Burdette. I don't think they sell them anymore, but you could probably find it on Poshmark if you look up like Honey Burdette bralette. You'd probably find it. On Judgment Day, God is going to judge you as a boy, not a woman. I'm pretty sure on Judgment Day, nothing's gonna happen, because every single fucking time one of you says Judgment Day's coming, y'all are left standing in the middle of a field somewhere, wondering when the rapture's gonna happen. And then you guys have like some kind of church schism about it. I think I'll be alright. But on the off chance God is real, you know what?
I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be as fine with what I've done with my life as, you know, somebody who got like their broken leg, you know, put back into place. Oof. She, her, right? Absolutely, level 5 panda. Sorry about the wait time to like chat. I know that it's really frustrating for raiders. But unfortunately we had, as you can see, we've been subject to a lot of like hate raids and stuff in the past, so I whittled it down to only allowing that for one chat specifically where we expect bad behavior. But thanks for sticking it out and saying hi. Yeah, why would God be upset at using modern medicine and like I genuinely don't understand. Make it subs only? I could, but I was having a really fun time like bashing transphobes. Ugh. Men have big heads and faces. You can't deny that you're not a man. But my head is like an average size, and my hands are also average size. Like, when you're like, oh, only men have big heads and big hands, I'm pretty sure I've seen some ladies with some colossal noggins. What a strange thing to say. Are we going back to fucking phrenology? Is that where transphobes are at now? You guys have to go all the way back to like the 1800s? Thanks for giving me this chud pit to play in. I mean, that is kind of what the vertical YouTube chat is, you know? Sand under table 69. It's actually Somali. Somali people, not Somalians. Common misconception if you grew up in the 1980 90s. But it's Somali. Jack, they never left? Oh, well, they got really quiet. Yeah, Hassan's head is comically small, and he's a man. I'm born female and have a 63 centimeter hat head. That's the end of the scale. God. Measurehead is transvestigating now. Simoleon is the currency in The Sims. I like that transphobes have been given this chromosome-based playbook, but they can't stop themselves from going back to genitals and hips and this kind of feature measurement stuff. Right, which also, like, is immaterial, right? Because none of these fuckers has ever taken a chromosome test. None of them has ever, like, seen the genitals of, like, their coworkers or their bosses, but yet they still are able to gender their coworkers and bosses. And it just is kind of like very clearly that gender is different from sex, but it would devastate them to admit this because they've built their entire identities off of their sex. And if suddenly sex and gender are decoupled for them, it's a fundamental threat to how they personally identify. And so rather than, you know, question that and like learn about themselves, they lash out and try and attack trans people because they're insecure. It's genuinely kind of how it goes, you know? Does God have different criteria for different genders? What does judging someone as a boy mean? Bill Casey, fascinatingly, the answer is kind of.
and it depends on what sort of like Christian you are, right? So some Christians believe that men and women are like spiritually different and thus are judged differently. And oftentimes this coincides with like a kind of sex-based tier of responsibility, i.e., you know, men are closer to God because men were convinced by women, or Adam was convinced by Eve to like eat of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. And so thus Eve was punished and all of her offspring were punished as a result. All women were punished as a result. And men were therefore slightly closer to God. And so men are the ones who can communicate most clearly with God, and women are meant to be subservient to God and pump out children, right? And so in that kind of, it's a predominantly Protestant understanding. In that understanding, yes, there are different godly expectations of men and women, which of course doesn't make sense if you're not a complete and utter sexist. But I've known families who operate on this principle, and unsurprisingly, it fucks everyone up. So I would not recommend. It turns out when you have a family structure where the dad gets to talk to God and no one else does, turns into a very potent vehicle for abuse. Women aren't child factories? I know. But conservatives tend to think so, and oftentimes their religion backs them up. That sounds like mad cope from some Christian men. It is. It is. Does God have balls? Well, that's what I was trying to ask the transphobes earlier, and they were very adamant that no, but he still is a man because Jesus had balls. But like that's not remotely the same thing when you're talking about like the Holy Trinity and its complexity, but like whatever. Anyway, I am tired and I'm gonna go to bed now because it's 4:15 in the morning, and I intended to end this show like over an hour ago, but this has been very, very funny. Anyway, I appreciate all y'all. Thank you for turning out. Thank you for supporting the show with your eyeballs, your ear holes, and your dollary dues. And you know what? One last time for the road, If you've been enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. This show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you.
Click the button.
See you, Bear Rex. Hope to see you again soon.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button.
Level 5 Panda,
click
YouTube.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click
Hell yeah. Good night, everybody.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I